it's a good idea if we swing, let me know. Hey, Otto, what? What are you saying? Yeah, let us know, Kurt, if you see any sharks. Let us know how the Piano Man dancing is going. Anybody have any updates from Amanda and Jen? How's it going over there? They said that they're playing with viewers. What does that mean? Are some of you playing with them? Are there some other viewers in Amanda's chat who are playing with them? I used to have it set up so that we could go over, so that Kurt and I could go watch Amanda's stream while we were doing this like pre-stream, so that we could kind of like comment on her stream before she came over, which we've never ended up doing. But I do think it would be very funny. Should we do it at some point? It would be fun, I think. Just comment. Amanda says she is heading over. Amanda says she is heading. That means people will be coming this way very soon. Cool. I'm gonna switch over to our little call here so that I see Amanda when she comes in. Yeah, okay. I got some... Oh, is it lagging? Are people finding that it's lagging? That would be a problem. It's really just me, so it should be like fairly easy. Buffering and a crash. Oh gosh, sorry folks. Okay. Let me double check here, see if I can improve things. Okay, so am I still on Twitch? I think I am no longer. Am I also still on YouTube? I should check. Wow, terrible stream. All by myself. And there's car alarms going off in the background, so this is a mess. Okay, I think I'm no longer streaming on YouTube. Is that true? I don't know what happened. We had a little drop. Let's see. I guess you'll enjoy. Are we live on the YouTube? Weird. No. Very strange thing has happened. It seems like I am live, but I'm live under like an old stream name. Weird. Okay. Huh. Very weird. Alright, I'm gonna fix up the YouTube stream. Just Rob is watching Amanda and me, and then the raid's gonna happen. You're gonna end up watching here twice. Hi, Lord Monk. What YouTube version of you? Ah, and now we're being raided. Hello, Joker. Hello, Raiders. Come on in. Come on in. It is just me over here waiting for Amanda, which I assume you have heard about. Hello, Raiders. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you for finally raiding on over, because I have been all alone here for so long, just missing you. And now you are finally here. Hello, hello, Jamie, Duncan, Amanda. Amanda, you're supposed to be on the stream. Chat. Hi, hello everybody. How was the stream? They playing with viewers? Just Rob is now watching me twice. But one is lagging, so now you get the experience of me watching my own stream where I hear my own voice in my ears, and it's terrible. Amy, starting a campaign. Okay, sweet. Welcome, welcome. Otto just says raid period. That's a really cool announcement for a raid. Raid. Welcome. For everybody who's just joined us. We are going to be playing just a 2-player game today because Kurt is on vacation, which is excellent, and we are glad that he is doing that. But that means it's just me and Amanda to play tonight. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll see that the title is wrong, everything's wrong, something weird happened over there. I will fix it in a second. But if you're over here on Twitch, you will see that we are playing a little game about witches, 2 witches to be precise. It is a game called Will You Lie With Me Tonight Between the Standing Stones and the Sea? And it is a game about two witches who must cast a spell, work an act of magic together tonight. But in order to cast this magical spell, you need to be in a liminal place, in a boundary between two things. So we must lay our heads against the standing stones, the sacred standing stones, and we must dip our feet into the ocean. And it's only there that we can cast this spell. The game is going to be like a GM-less game for two players, where we will kind of like take the role of GM for each other as we like break away from our real lives, sneak off, make our way to this secret magical place, and then cast a spell together. It like has the promise of being kind of like reflective and kind of like emotionally intense. It says that the two witches should trust each other implicitly, like be like sort of like deeply intertwined with each other, which I think is a fun setup for two characters. You know, it's like a fun invitation of like really being tensely connected to the other person you're playing with. Oh. Amanda can't even get into this room because she doesn't have the link to it. See how we fall apart when Kurt isn't here. Just 1 second. I am going to invite Amanda to join this call. And she can actually come join us. Okay. I think Amanda should be on her way. Jamie is pointing out that we started a campaign 2 weeks ago. And then we are currently not playing that campaign. This is true. We didn't play last week, and Kurt's gone this week. But we will return to our campaign. We're just taking a little break, and we're gonna play a 2-player game instead. Ooh, Locke's spouting poetry in chat. I love it. Amanda is here. Welcome, Amanda. She's here. She's here.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for waiting for me. Sorry, we like just unlocked play with viewers and I was like, "Oh, we've only done one match." And everyone's like, "I could do like one more." And I was like, "I need to go, but if I ask, I can maybe do one more because I don't want to keep Anthony waiting." How are you, Anthony? How was the solo beginning of stream?
I think good. We didn't lose, like people haven't unsubscribed or unfollowed, so this is a good sign so far. I think I've really like started my solo stream career, so
There you go.
with this taste of it, I think I'm going to abandon this stream and just start.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
It is fun to stream solo.
What do you? I mean, you must be like so used to it now, Amanda. You've been doing it for so long. But like, what does your brain do to have a conversation all by yourself? Because it's a very unnatural thing, right? Like for most people, you like never have an opportunity in life to just talk to yourself. And at least for some part of streaming, you need to, right?
Well, I feel like for me, I usually talk to myself, like generally, like I am a person that talks to myself.
That's a trick. That's a secret trick.
Yeah. So it's like one of those things like when people are like, because that's not a thing most people do. I'm like, I am one of those weirdos that I will have a full-on conversation with myself when I'm alone.
Yeah. Okay.
So I usually kind of start with that, and then whatever chat gives me kind of decides where we're going, I guess, throughout the stream. So it's but there are times where I feel like I am just monologuing here. And like if anyone was outside listening to me, they're probably like, this woman's just sitting in this room talking by herself a lot. Like I don't hear anyone else.
When we started, Kurt was watching and he was like, "Your volume's low." And in the end, I think it ended up being that his own volume was low. So he was just like, he just, but
he was like, "Oh, whoops."
Yeah, but I realized that I was actually also talking quietly because I wasn't talking to anybody real. So I just like didn't feel like I needed to project, I was just like here in my room, just sort of quietly whispering. But that was sort of a strange outcome. How are you doing, Amanda?
I'm doing good.
Good. What does it mean
Doing
that you
good.
can now play with viewers?
So what happens is on Marvel Mondays, we do, oh, this is so pretty. The overlay, I'm just looking at it. Uh, we do a thing where if I reach my goal, either my Twitch subscriber goal or my YouTube membership goal,
Yeah.
then I will play with viewers. And so I open it up so that people can join a queue to basically play in the game with us because it's a 6v6 game.
Okay.
So we have a team of 6. So in today, I ended up playing with Jen and Arif as well, who are my friends. Well, I mean, do you know Jen? Have you met Jen?
I haven't actually met Jen in real
You
life, but
used to.
I've
Oh,
heard the stories of Jen. We have met in
yes.
chat. So
Yeah. So Jen and then my other friend Arif, the three of us were playing together. So then we unlocked our goal. So then I was filling in the rest of chat with anyone from our chats that wanted to play. And we did a three-way stream. So all of us, all of our streams, all of our chats were linked and all of our views are linked.
whoa,
Yeah, so it was a little crazy, but
that's fun.
I think we kept it pretty good. I think I was still able to chat with my friends and kind of keep an eye on both my YouTube and my Twitch chat pretty well.
Nice, nice. That's great.
And then the Twitch chat was technically 3 chats combined, but seemed to work okay.
Yeah. Was it like weird to have multiple communities talking to each other? It's like when you like make your two groups of friends meet each other, and you're like, oh my god, everybody, don't be
Mhm.
awkward.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, Arif and Jen. Oh, you mean like for the chats?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've been in Jen's chat before, and I don't think I've been in Arif's chat really too much, but no, all of our chats seem to vibe pretty well.
Good.
And we have
Nice.
overlap, so
Nice.
that's good.
Yeah.
Also, hello to the YouTube chat. I do see you guys.
Um.
Um,
Yeah. The YouTube chat is a little messed up. We like lost the YouTube stream just before you entered.
oh,
And so now the thumbnail's wrong and a lot of weird stuff happened. But we're kind of back.
oh,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
kind of back.
yeah. Yeah,
So the one thing that I like that I noticed with OBS
yeah.
is that when you drop on the YouTube side, it doesn't, you know how on YouTube when you do it on Streamlabs, it'll like end your stream and then you have to
Yeah.
like reset it up again and you have to like now I have to do the back end again and all of
Mhm,
that.
mhm.
With OBS, it'll disconnect, but the stream will still be open.
Okay.
So whenever I reconnect, it just
I
takes me back
see.
into the same one. It doesn't end it.
I see. So it's just like stream is just frozen and then you come back.
Yeah, because when I stream through OBS, what it does is a lot of the times, it didn't do it today, but usually even when I'm streaming, it'll make me hit like go live. So it'll take all of the input from OBS, like my video, my audio, my everything, and be like, okay, everything's set up. And then it'll be like, now you can go live on YouTube. So I hit go live on OBS and I have to hit go live on YouTube. But the
Ah,
benefit is
I
if
see.
my YouTube goes down and then comes back up later,
Nice. Good bonus. You're still up.
you're still up. You don't have to do a whole new back end. There's just like it goes down. I don't know what it looks like in the finished product because we did have that happen the other day where my internet died in the middle of a stream. And so I had to reset it and then come back. But it's all one VOD on YouTube, so
Start.
it's pretty cool.
That's
So I
pretty
don't know if
good.
there's just like black screen in the middle or if it's just like it just picks back up from where you left, which would be pretty neat.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
Mhm. So today we're doing something a little bit different because
Yeah.
we don't have Kurt with us. Should we still intro ourselves?
Yeah, we should. We should. We should.
Okay.
Welcome to Lies You'll Enjoy, everybody. A little corner of the internet where we play indie role-playing games and thus tell you lies about ourselves, playing characters that we are not and saying things that we would never say. And we really hope you enjoy it. We're here every week. Usually there's 3 of us, but today we are missing Kurt, one of our 3. So it is just me and Amanda. And this has never happened before. Me and Amanda have never just streamed together, the 2 of us. So
Not.
a world first. And Amanda, I was telling them before we started that if you remember, at the end of December when we did our little recap stream, we were talking about
Yeah.
things we wanted to do for the year, like goals for the year. One of them was this, an Amanda and Anthony stream. So we are doing it. We are succeeding on our goals. Um,
One New Year's resolution checked off the list.
checked off. My name's Anthony, and for those of you who don't know me, I am a children's author. I love telling stories. I've been playing role-playing games for my whole life, basically. Started playing when I was 6 years old, I think. And I love playing games with these two every week on this stream. I used to be a real dungeon master. I would be that master of dungeons every week with my friends. But I've taken a break from Dungeons and Dragons, and this scratches my role-playing game itch, I think.
Whoa, you're
It
not
does.
playing any D&D right now?
There's no D&D in my life anymore. No.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. That's me. Who are you, Amanda?
I am Amanda. You can call me Amanda. You can call me Vamp. I am a actor, variety streamer, YouTuber, cosplayer. I love playing RPGs, both in video game form and tabletop form. And I love playing indie RPGs because we get to do cool little things like this, like one shots, which we don't normally get to do. Most people probably know me from talking about nerdy things on the internet. That's my day to day that I do. So yeah. But tonight we're gonna be playing uh a game that has a very romantic title, but I think it's about two
It's about
witches
witches. Yes, it is about witches.
doing
Yeah.
some magic.
Doing
What are we doing?
something magic. Yeah, we're playing Will You Lie With Me Tonight Between the Standing Stones and the Sea, a game for just two players about two witches who tonight have to work a great act of magic. And that magic must be done in a liminal space, in a boundary between two things. Our hands must be in the sand and our feet must be in the sea. And particularly, we need to be resting our heads against the sacred standing stones and dipping our feet into the sea. So the game will follow our two characters as we break away from our real lives, escape in order to come to this place and work our act of magic, whatever it may be, and then wake up in the morning with the magic, hopefully, done.
Okay.
That's what we got going on. I'm excited about this. Credit to Kurt as well. He just dropped this off for us, like in our Google Drive that we share. We were like, "What game am I gonna play?" And Kurt was like, "It was just silently." And actually, it was 2 weeks ago. He had like just left this game here, and I like stumbled into it, and I was like, "Oh, what is this?"
Oh,
So
a secret game.
a secret game for us. So who's to say where it came from or why Kurt wanted us to play it? But I'm very excited to get into it.
If it's an offering from Kurt, it's probably good. That's
Is
what we
gonna
know.
be
It's
good.
gonna be good.
Gonna be good. Do you want to jump into it, Amanda?
Classic witches doing magic. So true, Kurt. So true. Yeah, and hi, Antonio. Yeah, I'm good to jump into it. I have the rules open.
Nice.
So I don't know if I
Excellent.
need them.
You
but
do. You do. Yes.
do. Okay.
Go to the page that says "A Good Night's Work," and we will
Okay.
begin there. I should say before we start, this game is by Richard Ruan, I think, is how you pronounce his last name, from R Rook Studios. And the game is about 5 years old. But thanks, Richard,
Pretty new.
for creating this game for us.
Wow.
Okay, Amanda, do
Okay.
you want to start with the paragraph that starts "When the midnight tide washes"?
When the midnight tide washes on the beach below your village, there is only a body's length between the old standing stones that rise from the sand in the churning moonlit surf.
There is a work you must do, and you must do it tonight, and you must do it in a sacred place, and that place must be along a boundary. Your hands must be upon the land, and your feet in the foam of the sea, and you must not do the work alone, and you must entwine yourself in the arms of one you trust.
You are witches, you and your companion, and there is no one else right now for you to call to your aid. Tonight you will lie on the gravel and sand, your heads resting against the old standing stones, your feet washed by the surf, and your arms must encircle each other.
There is no other way this work will be done.
Okay.
Okay. So, here's how the game's gonna go. This
Sounds
game
easy. I mean, I think we have just enough space to get that done. A body's length is all we need, I think.
all we need.
Not sure how near the standing stones are to each other. So it depends on our arm length as to how much intertwining we
we
might be
could
able to
choose
do.
the same standing stone, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Rest our
That's
heads
true.
against. Then
That
the
might be
geometry is easier. Yeah.
Okay.
This is a game that's like a what's so cool game. It's like the system, and it originates with a game called What's So Cool About Outer Space.
Okay.
And the spirit of the game, I think What's So Cool About Outer Space, I've never played it, I think, but it's like that game has a GM, and like the system is just like really simple. It's like a 2d6 game. You're gonna roll 2 to 6-sided dice. Anytime you want to do something, you're gonna like tally up. You're gonna get +1 if you have like a skill or background or good idea that would benefit whatever you're trying to do. And you're gonna get -1 if there's any like particular dangers or challenges that might stand in your way. And so the way the games normally work is like you're like, I want to do this thing. If it's going to be tricky, if it's not like guaranteed, the GM tells you, okay, you know, this is what's at stake. You're going to tell them what's at stake. They're going to tell you what pluses and minuses you get. You might sort of suggest like, oh, but I have this plan. And then the GM's like, okay, another additional +1. You roll your 2d6. If you roll an 8 or higher, you succeed. And then if you roll below, you fail, and the GM tells you what happens.
Right.
And something bad always happens.
Modifiers.
You have modifiers depending on whether there's something that part of your character that sort of benefits
feel
you.
like you're like, I have this thing, or
Yeah.
your character build has modifiers as well.
That's right.
Based on
Well,
abilities?
there's like the characters are going to be super simple. But we're going to choose like in this game, we're going to choose like cantrips and familiars that we might have. And if there's anything, if you're trying to do something and you're like, oh, I have a cantrip that relates to this, then that will give you a +1. If there's some way that like what you're doing is like particularly
cantrips and
difficult for you,
familiars in this game.
we do.
Whoa.
And we can choose
Kurt
whatever.
really did pick this for us, and he was like,
Is our cantrips and familiars particularly our thing?
I don't know. It feels like our thing. It feels like we feel like the people that would be into cantrips and familiars.
Yeah, I get that.
Do we need dice?
We're gonna need 2 6-sided dice, or virtually 2 6-sided dice. Did you want to get them?
Some dice.
You always love
I'm
some
gonna
dice.
get some dice.
Okay,
I love
good.
physical dice. I don't know if you have dice, but I'm gonna get some dice.
I always use the internet, but you get some real dice.
Okay, I'm gonna get
So
real
we're
dice,
real role
and
players.
then we're real role players with the real dice.
Real dice.
Cool. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
I always feel like a little bit bad using virtual dice because it feels like the spirit of role-playing games requires the like tools of real dice in your hands. But the issue is, the place that I work, it's a research lab. We've started playing Dungeons and Dragons over there, and very rarely do we play long gaps between games. But I brought all of my Dungeons and Dragons stuff to the lab so that I'm ready at a moment's notice to be a dungeon master. But the weird accident there is that I don't have any dice in this house at all, which is bizarre because I love playing games. But it was like I think like 6 months ago, Kurt was like, "Oh, we're playing a game. We need some dice." And I was like, "Yeah, I'll grab some dice." And I looked around, I just don't have any dice, which is a very strange experience. But you know what? Google has dice, and it's a bit of a blasphemy against the lords of RPGs, but I do it. Welcome everybody. I can't see YouTube chat right now. I wonder if Kurt is over there because our YouTube chat went down. Can't see it. Let me see if I can go. Okay, good. He said classic witches doing magic. Okay, now I have YouTube chat up that I can see what you're doing today. For those of you who weren't here in our pre-stream, I was asking people to philosophize, to guess what a game with just Amanda and I is going to feel like, how it will differ from perhaps our normal average RPG experience. There's a duck sighting. They're getting random weird freezes, huh? Sorry about that. Let me double check here. Yeah, I'm seeing some weird bitrate drops. That is annoying. I apologize. I don't think there's anything I can do about a little bit of that instability right now, but we'll double check here. Hopefully it stops. I think it must be an internet connection issue at my side. I apologize for that, Jamie. Hopefully it keeps coming back. If it doesn't come back after a reload, let me know and I will up. Yeah, but we're curious about what it's going to be like for just Amanda and I to stream, and Kurt suggested in chat. Do we have a YouTube? How's YouTube doing? Seems like it's still live. I think. So it's such excitement. It looks like YouTube's live. Yeah. Kurt thought we would be silly, so let's find out if we are indeed silly. This game, I think, doesn't want us to be silly, but we will find out. I do think that me and Amanda do have a tendency to be a bit more ridiculous. Mikey can both see and hear me. I appreciate that, Mikey. Feels good to know. I am seen. I am heard. Huh. I think it's always weird when like we stream and it's like exactly the same setup as it always is, same computer, everything's set up the same way. Then just some weeks, the gods of the internet are angry at me and stream is like unstable and breaks and falls down. I don't know. I'm not sure why it is. Hello, welcome back.
Thank you. I also got ginger ale. Yeah, I put the stuff on the side that needs to be thrown out. We need to toss those containers.
The containers themselves need to be thrown away.
Oh, whoa! We actually heard Duck on stream. There are now 3 streamers. We are back.
What did he? We're back. What did he say? Oh yeah, Duck. What did you say?
Just now?
Containers.
Amanda was not listening to Duck. Completely ignoring.
I just can't hear when I have my headset on.
But we could hear.
But I was telling Duck that I have to throw that food away. And I think he said, and the containers. We need to throw the containers away.
I think that is what he said.
Yeah.
Do you want us to translate for you? Like when he says something, do you want us to relay it to you?
Because you guys can probably hear it better through the mic.
That's right.
Because I don't hear what's going on in my mic.
Your headphones are really good, eh? Really good at blocking out sound.
Well, they don't like fully block it out, but it's kind of just like mostly what I hear is my own voice ringing in my head.
Oh, nice.
And then you coming through my ears, my headphones.
Are you pumping your own vocals back to you, or is it just like
no?
Just because
it's just the resonance.
The resonance.
In my skull.
I see. I find it really weird when I like actually put the headphones on fully here, because then like I can't hear myself from the outside, and it makes me feel like very underwater, and like I can't tell how loud my voice is.
Your headphones are really good then.
Yeah, they are really
good. Yourself.
It is true. It's true. I mean, I can hear the inside voice,
but it's like if you're talking to me and then Duck's saying something, it's just like I can't. There's enough of a buffer that what I mostly hear is like, and I'm like, huh? What was that? But yes, sorry, pardon the extra time there. I was asking Duck if he would make me some food. And he also got me a ginger ale, even though I was like, I shouldn't drink it. It's bad for my voice because it's bubbles, but I really want it. So here I go again.
Do it. Is your voice okay? Has it been struggling? Or just in general, you're trying to protect it?
It has, I think I told you guys that I was diagnosed with vocal nodes.
Yeah.
So just that.
It's just bothering you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And sugary drinks are bad for them, or just ginger ale in particular?
I mean, sugar is not good for most things, as we know. Yeah, so sugar can be bad, but the carbonation is not good apparently for like your vocal cords. I don't know. It's not going down that tube, but I think it has something to do with like the bubbles in your mouth, maybe. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
But it's delicious. So I'm going to do it.
Do it.
But yeah. My vocal cords have been okay. I will say that I feel I got the nodes. I will say that I do feel today that like the left side of my throat is a bit sore, and sometimes I do feel the like I feel the exhaustion in my voice,
Oh wow.
in my throat.
Wow.
I'm feeling it
That's,
a little today, but I think I sound pretty good, to be honest. So
yeah, I think you sound normal. I mean, like, you got like a little bit of a gravel, but then maybe it's just normal.
no, that's not, that part's the part that's not normal,
No,
but I
no,
mean like
okay.
I have like a little
Maybe
bit of
you
a
just have
gravel
a
underneath.
sultry voice. I don't know.
But my voice isn't cracking as much. Like I'm not losing.
Right.
It is a bit weak in some spots and it's gravelly, but it's
It's okay.
somewhat solid. Yeah.
Well, we will not ask you to do any kind of like vocal solos today. There's no singing in this one, and any singing
Thank
you
you.
do can be like totally in your normal range. You know, no reaching.
La la la.
Don't
Yeah.
stress your voice.
I could do a bit of talk singing, you know? We can that's
Sounds
always
good.
a good time.
Yeah. What would be the easiest stream on your voice? Like, should we just be whispering the whole time? Just ASMR
No,
stream?
whispering's actually very demanding on your voice.
It is? What?
The best thing that you can do for your voice is speak very softly and
Softly.
not push your voice and speak
Oh.
quietly, but don't do anything too strenuous. So I could play a character maybe who speaks very softly and timidly today. Maybe that would be good,
You want to hear
but
something
not whispering.
crazy, Amanda? Do you want to hear something crazy?
What's crazy?
There's this tool. For some reason I'm now doing like a promo stream, but there's a tool called Whisper Flow, and it's supposed to be one of these like dictation apps or whatever, where you like, you talk and it like types things into your computer. I do a lot of typing in my job, so this is like something I'm interested in. But it's called Whisper Flow partly because like you should be able to whisper, and it should be able to pick it up. So that if you're like in like a busy, like a shared office, you could just like whisper, and it would still pick it up. And I was like, I don't believe you. That's crazy. And I would just sit in my office today, just like it's like a MacBook microphone, like just normal ass microphone, nothing special. And I was just like whispering to my computer, and it like picked it up 100%, like full, got every word. Crazy, wild.
So then when it picks it up, is it turning it into text?
Yeah. It's like so you can like dictate your like messages, your code or whatever.
Yeah, so this is what I'm doing today, and it'll just write that all down for you.
Yeah, and you can like fully whisper it. Crazy.
If you're in the same room?
Well, like, like if you're sitting in front of your computer, you can like whisper low enough that like other people in the room can't really hear you, but your computer can. Whoa.
So you're whispering secrets to your computer.
Yeah, I'm always telling my dirty little secrets. About what code
That's
to
really
write.
Cool.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
That's really cool. I definitely want to do. I was thinking about like when I stream, if there's a way that I could do a stream where I don't speak.
Ooh.
And like if there's a program I could have that would like turn text to voice, so I could like write and still be here.
That'd be fun. I think that seems like very possible, right? There's a lot of like nice, good like AI voice models now that can like read out your stuff and doesn't sound too robot-y, but maybe you want it to be robot-y though.
I don't know. Robot-y could be fun. It could be a fun vibe. But I bet there's some place that I could even like make my voice the voice that you hear, that I turn the text.
You could.
Probably.
That would be fun. Jamie says that they have many random thoughts they want to dictate at work. Yeah, totally, exactly. I always feel like sometimes when I'm like really on a tear, my brain works faster than I can possibly type. So that's the nice thing for me is I'm like, okay, just get all these ideas out there, and which is very nice.
Bronze Dionysus, welcome in.
Hi, Bronze Dionysus. Great name. I love it. Very good name. Okay, should we play a game?
Yeah, let's play a game.
Okay, great.
I'm ready. I have so many dice. Look at all these dice. I'm ready.
So many dice. Okay, let me just get back to the rules here. Okay, great. Okay. So let me just walk through. Yeah, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna make witches. We're each gonna make our own witch. There is a document in our shared drive there that is currently, I think, called. Oh wait, yeah, no, now it's called the right thing. Where we can write down some details if you want, as we're working on characters. Okay, so first thing, each witch should give themselves a witch name, and in the rules, it's in all caps, witch.
Witch name.
And then tell people what your pronouns are. Don't tell people what you look like yet. We'll do that in the next one. But this is really hard because we actually never try to come up with names first. But this is what it's asking us for. Do you have a witch name off the top of your head?
Yes. My witch name is Fizz.
Fizz. I like it. Now, is it spelled F-I-Z-Z or is it a non-standard Fizz spelling?
One Z.
One
Fizz.
Z. Fizz. Auto-suggesting Barbara as a witch name. Is that a reference to something, or are you just being hilarious?
I don't know. I don't know. Is Barbara a reference to something? Maybe. Barbara could be a good witch name. I mean, you could be Barbara.
Could be Barbara. I found somebody in my real life who has this like wonderful French last name, and I won't say it out loud because I don't want to dox them, but like it's like a French last name that has 4 words in it. So it's like de blank, and like
whoa, that's really French.
And I was like, wow, what an amazing French name. And I looked it up.
I know.
It is a name of French nobility, which is what it sounds like, right? It's like super long and extravagant.
So your friend's royal.
They might be. That's what I'm wondering now. Now I really want to ask them.
Descendant, potentially.
Do you have any French nobility in your family? But that's what I want for my name. I want a extravagant French last name. I think I'm first name Piotr. Like Piotr. Piotr. Like Peter, but like really messed. Piotr.
Fizz and Piotr.
Yeah.
These definitely sound like characters that were named by us. Don't they?
What are you talking about?
Neither of us have normal names, but we are witches.
We're supposed to have witch names.
Witch names. What does that mean, you know? Something weird. That's what I think.
Piotr's full name is Piotr de Flambange de Gazeuse.
Nice.
Yeah.
Fizz's full name is Fizz. Just Fizz.
Just Fizz. That is Fizz's full name.
Fizz.
I like that we came up with Piotr and Fizz, and people in chat are like, what about Barbara or Samantha or Elizabeth?
They're all great names.
They are good names. They're good names.
They're great names.
We went a different direction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We have got some witch names. Do you know what pronouns Fizz goes by yet, or not yet?
She, her.
She, her. Excellent. I think Piotr, just based on the first name, I'm gonna he, him, Piotr aujourd'hui. Okay, great. Second. Each witch should say what they look like and what they are wearing as they escape with their companion to the beach on this stormy night.
Fizz has a long purple robe.
Okay.
That is kind of tie-dyed. And they have long hair that's done in 2 heavy braids.
Ooh.
That hangs down to like probably like just to their rib cage.
Nice. What color is their hair?
It's kind of a lemony color.
Ooh. Okay. Interesting.
And the braids are done up with little bands that have like mini coconuts on them.
Mini coconuts.
Yeah.
Okay.
And under their purple robe, they're wearing, I think, just a bathing suit.
Okay.
It's like a one piece.
Interesting.
And it's lime green and like fuchsia. It's like two-toned.
See a Joker. Wow. Lime green and fuchsia. Do you have a sense, Amanda, of like what time in history this is based on? the one-piece lime green and fuchsia bathing suit really threw me off. I kind of expected we were in the Middle Ages, and I was like,
Oh, in the Middle
well,
Ages.
that's an anachronism at the very least.
Well, I mean, I don't know. What did people wear to go swimming in the Middle Ages? It could be.
I
Be the Middle Ages.
don't think
It'd
they had
probably be more
one-piece
of a
bathing
two-piece
suits.
if it was the Middle Ages.
Why would you say that?
Because you'd be wearing like bloomers, and then I don't know what they wore for bras back then. I think just like cloth. If you look up like a medieval bra, pretty sure they wore something. Medieval bra, is that a thing?
I don't know if medieval bra is a thing.
I don't know if it is a thing. What do you wear then? Just a tunic?
At some points, you've got like
Maybe?
well, what do you think? Call that thing that accentuates your waist? Brain's not working. A little thing that you tighten up.
Oh,
Gives you a-
actually, they did find bras that are from apparently the 15th century.
Okay. Whoa, that is far
I
back.
don't know.
I would not have guessed.
Yeah, we found evidence that people have been wearing them since Greco-Roman times, according to Wikipedia.
Thank you, Chad. It was a corset. Get
Whoa.
it.
Yeah, I think this wouldn't be a corset. I'm saying like before like the Victorian era, obviously, because we'd be in medieval. So I think corsets came in a little bit later than now, because we're saying medieval, the time I'm picturing.
so now you care about the historicity of clothing.
And now I'm thinking
so
about
now
it.
so bikini totally cool in the Middle Ages.
In
but
Western Europe, they were using bra-like garments to support and restrain their breasts.
Okay.
In high Middle Ages. So we're talking 1300 to 1400s.
All right. Great.
They got a picture. They are like, this is what the illustrations look like. Yeah, I mean, you could wear that and go swimming. That could be a thing.
Okay.
So we'll say it's a two-piece.
Oh, it's a two-piece now.
Yeah, well, because I think that makes more sense if it's medieval. I don't know if they have really bright colors, but I am a witch, so maybe I can make bright colors appear.
True.
Maybe I'm a color witch.
Okay. Interesting. Possible color witch.
The corset came in around the 16th century.
Okay. Cool. Good.
So it's Middle Ages.
So it's like not. It could be. Could be.
You could be wearing a corset. I wouldn't go swimming in a corset though. That feels like it would be a good way to drown. And
Yeah. You already can't breathe. That sounds bad.
already challenging to wear a corset. Yeah. But yeah, the corsets are like Middle Ages. But there you go. In the medieval ages, apparently, there are some artifacts that we have that are like women. Maybe some evidence suggests that during the Greco-Roman period, women had developed specialized bra-like garments to support their breasts.
Wow. We've learned
So they
a
were
lot
making it up back then.
about.
They were just kind of like, I don't know, some cloth, we'll figure it out. But by the 14th century, we were like, bras.
Bras. Wow.
They're here. They're not what they are today. They're cloth. Oh my
We've really
gosh.
learned something tonight.
We
Appreciate
learned about
that.
bras. A girdle, green witch, fizz barb. Fizz barb is a great name, Kurt. I like that.
Okay, Piot is wearing like kind of like a faded blue like vest kind of over like a tunic. And has like a jacket worn over top that is made of like all sort of like patchworked together flags, particularly from different nations, or maybe like banners. It seems maybe more of the time.
Okay, banners. I like it.
Piot prides himself on his travels and tearing off a piece of wherever he has gone to make up his coat. Yeah, he has like curly ringleted
So your
hair.
coat is made up of like different fabric from different places you've been.
Yeah,
Wow, that's
all
really
patchworked
cool.
together. Yeah, curly ringleted hair that kind of like bounces as he moves and walks and sort of like falls to his shoulders. And he has eyes that are like a light auburn color, but with like rings of gold around the pupils. And they catch the eye when you meet him. Yeah. I think that's what we need to know about Piot.
Fizz has one purple eye and one blue eye. And is tall-ish.
Tall? How tall?
Tall-ish. Like
What's ish?
5'8".
Okay. Tall-ish. For the
Tall-ish.
time, perhaps.
For the time, I feel like that's
Yeah.
quite tall.
That's tall. Okay.
For
Yeah.
the medieval time?
Yeah. No,
Medieval
no, you're right. No,
times.
that's tall. That's tall. That's tall.
Yeah.
I forgot. She, her, tall. Yeah. Piot's gonna be shorter. 5'5".
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Average height. Piot.
Okay. Next up. This is the part you're excited about, Amanda. You ready?
Okay, yes.
Each witch should say 3 things that they have gained from their witching life: a useful cantrip, a helpful familiar, or a bound spirit. Could be 3 cantrips, 2 familiars, and a spirit, or any combination of them. But it has to be 3 things. They can be cantrips, familiars, and spirits.
Okay.
Okay. Piot can reverse the wear and tear of time. Just a small area, a small way. If there's like
Whoa.
rust on your blade, you can reverse it and send it back. He's been known to remove like the crow's feet at people's side of their eyes.
So he's a plastic surgeon.
He is a medieval plastic
Magic
surgeon.
plastic surgeon.
Correct.
Making everybody feel younger. That's cute. I like that.
That is one of my cantrips. Reverse the subtle effects of time. Does Fizz have any familiars?
Yes. Fizz does have a familiar. I'm just trying to find their name. Hold on.
Okay,
one second.
okay. You're working on it.
Oh, this is like weird that I can't look this up. Well, yeah, it does say we're playing Yazebas.
Wait, does it?
Based on our thumbnail, yeah.
Yeah. Our thumbnail is all messed up.
Yeah.
I'll switch it afterwards.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can edit it.
I think I can't edit it while it's live, or I couldn't figure out how to do it.
You can if you're in the YouTube. I could edit it for us, actually,
okay.
I think.
It's not a big deal. I mostly can't edit it because only 1/3 of my brain can think about editing it at any one time. Because the other 2/3 of my brain is here.
Fair. if you're in the YouTube chat, you can do it if you go to, if you're in the back end, you go to like the tab that's the furthest one, whatever that is, like stream settings, I think it's called. You click that, and then if you look below, it'll say edits. And then you can click the edit button, and then you can change anything in your back end. Yeah. That's
okay. Well, we can figure that out
how
later.
you do it. Yeah, we can figure that out later.
Any ideas if you're familiar?
Yes, I do know who they are. I do know
Lord
everything
Monk just
about
said,
them.
"Nice kill, Duck."
Oh yeah, Duck's playing Overwatch in the background.
You guys are getting a double stream. That's crazy.
Oh, I guess we don't have it. Do we not have it on our channel?
What's that?
When we played Wander Home?
You're looking for Wonder Home?
Yeah. Is it not on our channel?
No, because I guess we played it. We played it on your channel.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, that's a long time ago, right?
Was it that long ago that we played Wander Home?
Yeah.
Really?
It's very early on. I think it's the end of the first year.
Whoa. Well, I was trying to remember what my character name was because I wanted to make a little bat to be my familiar, and I was trying to remember. And I know it also had like kind of a 1-syllable name.
Yes.
My character.
True.
But I can't remember. Does anyone remember?
Does anybody
anyone-
remember? Let's see.
I don't find anything that says Wander Home.
Even in
Searching Wander Home.
on your channel too? Nothing.
I feel like his name also began with an F.
Yeah, that seems to ring a bell.
Socks.
Gumba.
Gumba? No, not Gumba. Okay, well, I have a little bat.
Okay, you have a little bat. We're gonna
Name
find.
will come back to me. It is like literally on the tip of my tongue. I know the name. So I know it exists in my brain because I can feel it trying to emerge, but it's like the more I think about it, the more it's receding, and I'm like, okay, don't think about it and just let it come to you.
I have found our spreadsheet for Wander Home. Your name was Zip.
Oh, that's a good one.
Maybe zip
Zip.
code.
Zip. Oh yeah, zip code because Zip delivered the mail.
That's right.
So I have
Wow,
a
that's
little
a long
bat
time ago. I
that
don't
is
remember
named
that.
Zip.
Do you remember what my character's name is?
No. What was your
Moglo
character's
Crick. Corporal Moglo Crick.
Oh yeah, Moglo. What was Kurt's character?
Kurt's character was Metal. I remember that one.
Metal.
Yeah,
That was a good time.
that was a great time.
So yeah, I have a little bat named Zip. It's a little fruit bat.
Oh, little fruit bat named Zip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Kurt says almost fizz backwards. Yeah, good point.
almost fizz backwards. Whoa, yeah, if I was Piz.
Piz. Can we change your name to Piz?
No, I'm gonna be Fizz. Fizz and Zip. Does have a good ring to it, doesn't it? And Zip just lives like inside my robe.
Okay, yeah. Are they often like hanging upside down from like some piece of your
Thing.
clothing? Yeah, okay, nice. Sweet. Okay, Zip. One familiar, or do you have multiples?
I have one familiar
Okay.
and actually I do also have a little fire salamander.
Oh, nice. Do we have a character we can base that on? Rings a bell.
A fire salamander?
I think maybe that was another Wonder Home game I was part of.
Really?
Yeah, it sounds like it feels like it. I don't
Wow.
know, it just feels like it.
Yeah, I don't remember a fire salamander.
What's the name of
that we
your
played.
fire salamander? Zip and his. Zip, zap, zop.
Carl.
Oh, okay. Carl the fire salamander. So let's say that Carl is a really weird name in this world. Like no humans named Carl, so it like comes across as like a very
Yeah.
exotic, magical name.
It is a very
Carl.
magical name. Carl.
Carl.
Carl the salamander. And he can breathe little tiny fireballs.
He can breathe what? Sorry, I
Little
unplugged my headphones.
tiny fireballs.
Okay, cool. That's cool. That's useful. Okay, you've got Zip and Carl.
And I need one more thing, right?
Yeah.
A cantrip or
Or a spirit that is bound to you.
oh, let's do a cantrip. I think I can turn anything into bread.
Whoa. How big of a thing are you allowed to turn into bread?
Well, the biggest thing that I've ever turned into bread was a room.
Wait, that's very big though, Amanda.
Yeah.
Did it take
Is
a
that too
great
big?
deal of spirit, like great deal of energy?
It was pretty exhausting.
Okay.
I think I don't know if I have a limit for the power, but it definitely takes a lot out of me the bigger the item is, let's say. So
Okay.
it's strenuous.
Why do you have this spell?
Why do I have this
Yeah, where have
spell?
you learned? What is bread important to you?
I think I really love bread.
Okay,
Yeah.
enough to turn things into it.
Yeah.
Was your did you grow up in a bakery?
No.
Just love bread.
You didn't grow up in a bakery. I always wanted to grow up in a bakery. I grew up in near like a stone mill.
Okay. Where they were making
I would-
flour.
And I was always like looking at when I went to town. So I was looking at all the kids that were gathered around the bakery, and there were, I think maybe I had a friend that lived in a bakery, and I was very kind of envious of that. So I decided to spend many years studying the art of bread making, and I already knew about the art of stone making, and so based on that, I was able to kind of combine those two skill sets so that I could turn anything into bread. And then the idea is that like anywhere I go, it's like a bakery because see, when you're making stone, it's cold, it's just not particularly warm. I don't think that Fizz grew up in a home where they felt very wanted. She was very kind of outside of everything.
Okay.
And so part of her journey has been about kind of finding her own family, I guess. And she has tried to sort of bring that towards her by manifesting this idea of warmth from the inside. And so I think
Right.
that's where the bakery really comes from.
Yeah.
It's like I've always idolized, I think, the idea of like a bakery, but really I think it's just that I had a friend that was happier in their home life than I was. And so I think like if I can turn everything into a bakery, then life will be good. But is that really what's going on for Fizz?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I see. Bread is
that
like the
really the
symbol of the
problem?
hearth. Right.
Mhm.
Of home.
I don't know if bread can fix everything, but
Right. But it's a
that's
symbol
what
of
Fizz
it.
thinks.
Right.
Yeah. Mhm.
Right. Okay. I like it. All right. So you have a fruit bat, a fire salamander, and you can turn something into bread.
Yeah, I can turn anything into bread.
Amazing.
Does this bread make only work on non-living things? I've never tried it on something living,
Yeah, that's a good question.
so I don't know.
Sounds like a horrific thing to do to something alive.
Yeah, I don't think that Fizz is the type of witch that she would try it on a living thing, but I don't know. Historically accurate bikini bread witch.
I like that Kurt's taking the piss out of you even when he's not here.
Yeah, this is historically accurate. This is what the bikini bread witches of the time were all like.
They were all
Trust.
like that. They all had a fruit bat and a fire salamander.
It's different.
This is
So,
history.
so you've given us one cantrip, Anthony. Do you have any familiars, or do you have any spirits that are bound to you?
I do have a spirit
You're
bound to me.
haunted?
I can't quite
Ooh,
decide.
I knew you were gonna have a spirit.
Of course, as I was saying in the pre-stream, I have to make it sad. Whatever is happening in the game, I'll make it sad and weird. But I can't decide what the spirit is. I was thinking either like my sister who's passed. That sounds fun. Or like
Sounds fun.
sounds fun. Or like an enemy who I vanquished, but I am but I have like the price I have to pay is that they are always with me. And maybe not entirely cooperative.
Ooh, I like an enemy that you vanquish because it adds tension.
Okay,
And
good.
do you regret taking out this enemy?
Yes, I think so. I think it must have been like an act of rage, that I took them out, like that we were adversaries, but if I had
like,
sort of been in
stepped
my
over
right
a
mind,
line.
yeah, I shouldn't have killed them. And so
Sounds like we both have trauma.
yeah, a little bit. I think maybe many witches do, actually.
I agree.
Yeah. Do you have any ideas like what kind of enemy this would have been? Feels like maybe I should have a bit more specifics.
Like, were they a magical rival or a rival in life? Like, what were they your rival from?
I'm like,
how did they become your enemy?
yeah, this is the question. I'm imagining that like magic's not like all that common. Okay. Stepfather.
Ooh, your stepfather, your evil stepfather?
Yeah, like,
I
kind
like
of an
that a
asshole,
lot.
slightly abusive. Still wasn't treating my mother well.
Yeah.
And
You were
he
pushed
maybe didn't
just to the
deserve to
brink.
die, but
No.
but in my rage, to protect her, I did kill him. And now his spirit is always there.
I
Okay,
like that a lot.
that's good. I also have one more cantrip, which is that I can sing in the voice of any instrument.
I love that.
All right, we have.
How did you wait? How
Yeah.
did you get this cantrip?
Oh, I think this is like many witches have like a natural magic ability that might have awakened, like that might be the thing that signifies to them
Oh,
that
so like
they
that
are
was
magical.
the thing that you first realized that you
Yeah.
were magic.
And so I think that I love to sit in the square and listen to the musicians play. And even as a small child, I would try to mimic the sounds of the instruments. And I was always like strangely good at it. And that was like the first inkling that perhaps there was something strange about this boy.
Ah, love it.
Okay, let us continue. Fourth, each witch should say what skill you have learned in the mundane world, where they hide their witchcraft from those who would pester, pry, or punish. Each should then say 3 things they carry with them on their belts. So what is a skill, a mundane world skill? You're like real, your day job. And then what things do you have with you on your belt?
I think, well, I mean, I think I make bread. Like,
Oh, you do.
I literally can make bread
So you are a baker.
because I studied it.
I see.
That's how I was able to learn the cantrip, right? Like, I studied the art of both and then
so
tried to find where the transmutation fit into everything and unlock it through studying the craft of baking. So I think I make bread. and
So are
that
you
is
just
what
like
I-
are you like actually like a baker in your real life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a baker.
Okay. I love that you are a baker, and then you also could turn anything into bread. Really doubled up on that skill.
Yeah, I can turn anything into bread, but I can also just make bread too.
I hope that we
Like,
encounter
normally.
many challenges in which bread will be useful, because otherwise your character is not really
I
going
know
to
my
get
skill
used too
is
much.
well, I mean, and I think I can obviously make other things. I think I can also make cakes and tarts and
Uh-huh.
quiches and pies. But I can't turn everything into a pie. I can only turn everything into bread. So if you need bread instantaneously, I've got you. If you need a pie, like it's gonna take a minute.
Okay, going off
What
of
about
my last name.
your skill? Yeah.
Well, I love this lock. Locke has said in chat that I could have a lock of hair or some memento from my vanquished stepfather on my belt. It's very good. I
Wow,
like it a lot.
that's a great suggestion.
Okay, we'll come back to that in 1 second. I'm assuming from my last name, de Flamboche de Gazeuse. I feel like he's like maybe noble in some way, connected to a royal family. So
I think it's going to be a tragic comedy, Mikey. I think it's going to be sad and funny, which is kind of the vibes of Anthony and I usually when.
This is what
we play
Kurt
together.
said.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said we
it's
weren't
gonna
going to be able to be serious.
I think we can be serious, but
Says the
there
bikini
will.
witch.
Yeah, I could be serious as a bikini witch.
I could be
You watch.
serious.
I can be serious as a bikini witch.
Yeah, we can be serious. I think there might be some comedy.
Bikini bread and breakfast.
My skill. I'm trying to think of like a good courtier's skill. Fashion or skullduggery, charisma. I think
Charisma?
like having to sweet talk people.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say an eye for fashion of all types.
That's
know
your
where,
skill?
yes.
Are you a tailor?
No, I am rich.
Oh, your pastime is being rich.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
That's
That's
great.
what I do in my normal life.
Wow,
Yeah.
you're rich?
Yeah.
I just work at the bakery.
Yeah, you're a baker. I am a princeling.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, must be nice.
Yeah, and so I like am
Or maybe it's
in the
not, I don't
world
know.
of the court. I don't think it's nice. I think it's awful. Of course, it has all of its own
Yes,
pressures.
it's got to be really risky, like being a witch and being at the court. Like you could be found out at any time.
You have to be careful.
You gotta
Absolutely.
be really careful.
Which is why you must dress in your ragged patchwork coat
Coat.
when you go out in public as a witch.
So you're like disguised as like you're like Prince and the Pauper kind of vibes.
Yes, exactly. Kind of, but I'm both.
Kind of. Yes. Well, they switch places for the day, but you are both of the characters basically. Like you go out and you're like Jasmine in Aladdin. You're like disguising yourself to like go walk around among the common folk so they don't know you're the princess.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Are you actually a prince? Are you like royal? Or are
I think
you
I'm
like, at
like.
court? Are you like a
I
little
think I'm
lord?
like yeah, I'm just like court. I'm like a lord. But like I'm like
Okay.
a third son of like a tertiary family. So like
That
I'm
like
in
is
court, but
connected
like
to the crown. Like
Yeah.
you could have a claim if there was a
oh,
rebellion type situation.
deeply distant, very very far away. So like
Right.
I have my place in court, but like not of any great importance.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes things easier for you.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, what things do you have? You have 3 things in your belt.
I've got a dagger.
Yes.
I've got a book that I'm in the middle of reading.
Okay, a dagger, a book. What is the book? Is it a fiction book?
Yeah, it's a fictional book.
Duck delivery.
Very hot. Be careful.
Okay. It's a book about it's a book about a knight
Okay.
who is seeking to it's a book about a legendary knight. And he's
What happened in your brain during that time?
it's a book
Who
about a legendary
is seeking to? It's a legendary knight. Anyways, we couldn't think of a single thing this knight could be seeking.
He's a legendary knight.
That's okay. That's all you need to know. What's your third
He's
thing?
just looking to like live a normal life
Okay.
after going on adventures, but like no one can ever let him be alone because he's too acclaimed. So this is the final book in a series that I'm reading.
Wow. You're very
Mhm.
literate for a baker. I guess you are a
Oh, well,
bikini
don't
knight.
tell anyone. I'm a witch. Be very suspicious. As a woman, I like reading books.
Very
That's also
suspicious.
probably very suspicious. And I think I also carry with me a little pillow
Does the pillow have a purpose?
for when I'm sleeping.
Oh. Just a travel pillow. Do you often get sleepy?
Well, you just never know.
You never know. That's a great point. That's a great point.
What if you want to have a nap?
What if you want to have a nap?
What about you? What do you have?
I have a ring of keys to an absurdly large number of places. Many, many keys of all sorts. I like to collect them and sometimes steal them. I have
Steal them?
Sometimes I might steal them. I think I have the glove of my past stepfather. The same glove he used to slap across my face. Which I now
gosh.
carry with me.
Do you ever wear it? Do you just carry it?
You've never seen me wear it.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to take role man I despise.
Mm-hmm.
Despised, perhaps. Now my constant companion.
More of a novella. Maybe it'll be a TV show. Yeah, it's just the Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
And finally, I will have a flask of fine wine.
Ooh, that's nice.
I do like to drink.
Ooh.
Okay. Fifth,
Between your flask and my pillow.
we're gonna get drunk and have a little snooze. Okay, this is the part where it gets good, I think. Here, fifth. Both witches should agree on who they are to each other. Lovers, siblings, friends, or something else. Each should then say why they trust the other truly. They must also agree together why their being companions is, all caps, forbidden. It might be social taboos, family prohibitions, religious obligations, vows made to others, or perhaps that witchcraft offends the gods. Or maybe that one of them is already dead, a ghost. So many options. So we've now created these two characters, both kind of distinct to themselves, from different worlds. How do we know each other, and why not only know each other, but be like intimately bound, trust each other truly? Does anything come to mind, Amanda?
And they gave us a lot of really good options. Also, Lord Monk, yes, the knight has a gluten allergy. We can make that part of the book. That's fine.
So they don't know what a gluten allergy is yet, so
he just like eats bread and feels terrible.
Bread pox. The pox descends upon me every time I touch the bread to my lips.
Cursed bread. I don't know. I feel like I don't think we're siblings because it sounds like we have different backgrounds.
Correct. Like, it would be easy for us to be friends who've taken solace in each other, perhaps. We both kind of don't belong to the worlds that we are from. What if? So we both seem to have kind of had, like, maybe troubled childhood in which the magical powers started to manifest themselves.
Like the X-Men.
Like the X-Men. Medieval X-Men. What if in this world, when you start to get in touch with the magical energies, there is a strange, like, telepathic bonding that happens without your consent? So that all who are tapped into this magical essence, the energy, the ley lines, they start to be able to, their thoughts start to, like, overlap with each other. So perhaps
we're like soul bonded?
Yeah, but like confusingly so. Like, you know, I lived my life inside the walls of the castle. You lived your life, you know, on the streets, amongst the peasants. But like, we could hear each other and perhaps
but,
didn't
like, we
meet.
know everything about each other?
Yeah. And I'm imagining like we like started to like have this thought in our head, like this voice in our heads that maybe felt like an imaginary friend until we like meet like several years later.
And then we're like, oh, you're the voice that's been in my head.
Yeah.
Do you think that we tried to find each other, or did we just come upon each other in the world?
Good question. I love the idea of like not being convinced the other person's real until you run into each other. You know, like I like this idea of like being convinced that they are a figment of your imagination.
Clearly this is just me losing my mind from being magical.
Yeah. What if like you were requested to make a fine cake or swan of bread at some point?
Or like a royal wedding or something.
Yeah. And as you like presented it to my stepfather, I was there, and was like, wait, you know, like the thoughts get really loud and they like start to like sync up.
And we're like, whoa, you're the person that's been in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that a lot. So then we're not exactly, we're like, we didn't really choose each other. We just exist together.
Yeah. But I mean, I think maybe a
Do
choice
we like each other?
Yeah, I think we should like, we truly trust each other. This is what
we do.
has
We
to
have
be
to
true.
truly trust each other.
Okay, here's a pitch. What if for a moment, there was a point in time where we thought we were lovers, right? Like we're so soul bonded that you're like, oh, like maybe this is the person.
So we're exes, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
We dated for a while, but we're like, it's kind of weird. It's
But it's
kind of
like-
weird that like we're in each other's heads all the time.
Yeah.
But
That's
also
not the actual
sleeping
nature of
together,
our
it doesn't really
relationship.
work. Yeah.
But we were like trying to figure out what it was, because
Kinda
it's like,
awkward.
oh, we're clearly connected. We're something to each other. Are we lovers?
Maybe we're closer than lovers.
I think so. I think we like emerged from it on the other side. I mean, if you've been able to like see the inside of someone's head for like decades.
Yes, then you're gonna know them very well. So like we're exes that are soul bonded. I feel like definitely we have a close relationship with each other. And I feel like part of the reason maybe why we trust each other, or at least why Fizz trusts Piotr, is because she knows that like there can be no dishonesty between us.
True.
Like we can't really lie
Can't
to
lie
each
to one
other
another.
because of our connection. So there's no reason that you need to hide something from the other person
Yeah.
because it's not possible to
Right.
do that.
That's right.
And so we're very honest with one another in a way that the rest of the world is a witch is someone that has to kind of like hide who you are all the time, I think is very freeing.
Yeah.
And is why also when we come together to do anything, it's kind of like a bit of a respite from the real world. Where you have to hide who you are.
Yeah, that's right. This is like the one relationship where you can be truly, truly yourself. In fact, you have to be. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, I love it. The other part of it
Good.
is why your companionship is forbidden. It feels like it's already kind of set up with like
Wow,
our
we're
like
in
class.
totally different classes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not really supposed to be hanging out together. Also, if anyone did find out why we hang out together and that we're witches and we have this psychic like soul bond, that would also be bad. So I think just gathering as witches is risky in this
Yeah.
time period that we're in.
Do we know any other witches?
I think I thought I met one once,
Yeah, but it's like that rare.
but like I don't know if they were really a witch, and it's kind of hard to ask someone.
Totally. That's an awkward conversation to have.
Because what if you're wrong and then they report you? But I saw them do some magic, I thought.
That's cool. Are they still like around somewhere, or are they just like they're passing through?
Yeah, they come to my bakery.
Ooh. Okay. I'm intrigued by this character.
They've been coming for like the better part of a year.
What do they do? Do you know like what role they play in society?
Well, they're a customer. What do I know about them?
Like, yeah, like are they like common folk or nobility or
I think they live just outside of the city,
okay.
and I think that they keep sheep.
Okay. They're like a shepherd who's sort of like shown up to bring their flock here, but there's something about them. I like it.
They come into the city to sell their wool, and when they're there, sometimes they come to get supplies, and they stop by the bakery.
Yeah.
Very friendly. Maybe can fly.
You've seen them at your second story window, perhaps, or you thought you did.
I thought one time when they were in the bakery, I saw them floating.
Just like slightly off the floor. Okay, good. Good detail. Are you ready for 6? The sixth
Okay.
step of character creation. Both witches should agree on the work they promised each other to do tonight. It may be the enchanting of some weapon to slay a foe, the healing of some ally, the summoning of some spirit, a vision of something in the future or past, a great blessing or curse upon their neighbors, or still something else.
What if we wanted to uncover the truth of this other witch?
I
or
believe so.
Find other witches. Yeah, that could be good.
Yeah, I like that. So,
Okay.
like, do we think we can cast a spell to uncover their true identity?
Yeah, I think maybe I have something of theirs. Like I grabbed a little bit of their clothing, like a
Yeah.
little snip,
Yeah.
and we're gonna see if we can find out if there's any magical energy, if they are indeed a witch, or if it was just a trick of the light, perhaps.
Very interesting. I kind of like feel inclined to be like, okay, so they're a herds person. They sell their wool in the city. What if there's been like, a strange series of deaths or illnesses,
Mm.
and like they're all people who've been wearing the wool that the shepherd sells, and maybe nobody else has noticed that, but you and I have, and we want to know whether is it just a coincidence or perhaps is there something
Is
more?
it something else? Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
So people have been dying and they're wearing their wool?
Yeah. People have
Okay.
people have been dying, and at the time they've been wearing the wool. Yeah, that's right. So our goal is we're casting a spell to just like, we have a piece of thing, like an object of theirs, a scrap of their clothing. We just want to identify who they are, if they are magic.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I love it. 7th, each witch should name a secret they must carry with them that they do not want the other to know. This might be that one has taken mercy on the other's foe, that one has a hidden work they must complete here tonight that their companion would not agree with, that one will soon be leaving their companion's side to go somewhere else, or something else entirely. Time for secrets. Tricky. So the funny thing is that we've just established that it's very hard for us to keep secrets from each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the nature of these secrets must be, well, like, either we've been working very hard to keep them from each other, or there's something about them that like hides it from the other person telepathically.
I think that there are things that like I'm thinking of mine being a secret that's something that's kind of more subconscious that maybe I haven't really fully
Okay,
realized.
that's cool.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's there. But it's like unspoken, unthought of, sort of unobserved. It's almost like a secret from myself at this point. Because I guess that's how we can keep a secret from each other. If it's a secret from us, then it's also a secret from both of us, right?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Similarly, I have just been thinking about how we've established
This
that
is really cool, by the way, because I definitely picked up on that, even though I didn't know that that's what this game was about. But people are talking about how the game is a metaphor for queerness.
yeah, cool.
Yeah. Bronze Dionysus, thank you. Well, if you're a baker and can turn anything into bread, that would be convenient. It would, but I can't do it when I'm working because people might see and then I'll be exposed.
I love that Kurt's like, the rulebook is explicit about the game as a metaphor for queerness. And I'm like, explicit? Because I read the book.
Like, I don't see that.
I guess not very carefully.
That's cool. I definitely feel that in the way this game is structured so far.
Okay.
So you have a secret?
I have been hearing a new voice in my head.
Why are you telling me your secret?
Well, we had to name it. I think we should tell each other.
We're supposed to tell each
I think
other?
we should tell each other. You can
revealing it in the game.
Okay, you can choose not to.
Okay, so my secret is that I'm in love with you.
Even after we broke up.
Yeah. Even after, I think my character, I think Fizz, she is in a place where she's not really aware of it yet,
Yeah,
but
it's still there.
I think it's still there, and I think she kind of tries to tell herself that it doesn't work, but there's a part of her that still wants it to work.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's a
Yeah.
familiar feeling, isn't it? That feeling of you're like, oh yeah, no, like there's this attraction,
Oh yeah,
this like
no, it's
desire.
fine. We shouldn't be together. But then
Yeah.
there's part of you that's like, should we be together though?
Part of me wants that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. I really like how that is a secret from yourself. That's one of those classic secrets that we keep from ourselves.
hmm But I guess so. This is something you could keep from me because I'm not going to hear the other voice in your head. I don't think that's how it works.
That's what I'm thinking, is that
Yeah.
like you can hear my thoughts, but you cannot hear
The other
this
thing.
other thing
But
thinking into my
like
head.
the more that that keeps happening, the greater the risk that I might become suspicious, aware.
Yeah, I think it causes periods of silence for you because when they're in my head, you are not. And I think you've brought it up before of like sometimes I don't
Sometimes
feel
I
you
can't
there.
hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we think I just try to pass it off as like, oh, perhaps I'm too far away. Of taking a
Right.
new lodging on the other side of the keep.
Right.
But it doesn't really make sense because we've certainly been further from each other and still had the tendrils of thoughts
Oh.
intertwined.
That's okay.
I think also like Piot is like actually honest with Fizz most of the time, like genuinely wants to be, is not trying to hide things. But I think
It
there's a
does say
reason.
a queer little what's so cool game for just 2 players.
It does.
That's what Kurt said. Yeah. Oh yeah, cool. I like that.
This means strange, right?
Yeah, it could be. A
A
gay little game. What a delightful little game it is.
gay little game. Yeah, okay, there's I'll just say there's some reason also why he doesn't want to tell you what the voice is saying.
Oh. What? You don't there's a reason why you don't want to tell me.
Yeah.
What's it saying about me?
Oh, well, I suppose because we have now revealed the secrets, I shouldn't now say,
I was about to
it's
say,
a
like,
secret, I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, wait a minute. Well, that's the thing. That's why I was like, I don't want to name my secrets, but I guess the rules say we got to name the secret. Well, I guess you did say though, you don't have to tell me
I'm
because
totally part of
you
it.
did say it's there's some things that you can't share with me or that you don't want to share with me. You can't or you don't want to share with me.
I don't want to.
Oh,
Because I feel deeply guilty.
okay. Cool.
Okay. Finally. If either witch is uncomfortable with decisions made, respect that. Anything that we want to back up and take over?
I feel comfortable.
We're good. Okay. We have created our characters. Piot and Fizz have been birthed into this world. Let me tell you what's going to happen, okay?
Okay.
We're going to have...
Tell me what's gonna happen, and then I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to pee.
Perfect. Okay. We're going to have 3 rounds. Great. We're going to have kind of 3 sections of play. In the first one, we are going to be escaping from our homes to come to this place. So during that, we're going to take turns. So one of us will go first, and we will describe what the challenges are for us to escape from our home, who we are worried might see us, and then the other witch, the other one of us, is going to kind of act as the GM for that period. The second witch will look at the first and tell them what has prevented their leaving or what is pursuing them to the rendezvous. And when one of us confronts a danger that might harm them, distract them, or prevent their work from proceeding, we will have to roll. And just like I said before, we'll roll 2d6.
I love this already. So it sounds like, also I'm just looking at the rules. Sorry to look ahead, but it's like basically like 4 kind of segments that the rules are. And so it's really like 3 parts, like getting there, doing the thing, and then afterwards.
Yeah.
That sounds brilliant.
Great. Okay, do you want to run to the bathroom and then
Yeah. And then I'm ready to get started. I'm already like
good.
thinking of all the things that I have to get through to get to where we are.
Yay!
So cool. Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
See you in a second.
Also, thank you. Also, thank you, Anthony, for reading this and learning the game so that I could just jump in. I really appreciate
short
it.
little game. I didn't read it well because I didn't read the subtitle on the queerness.
Yeah.
Yikes.
The queerness. But also, I love that like it's a short game, but I feel like the game is definitely going to be shorter than our character creation.
Yeah, probably, maybe. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, which is very us. Okay,
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Okay, see you in a second. Kurt, what game are you playing? You said you were playing a board game and also watching this stream. Bronze Dionysus, thank you. I am also loving this concept. I'm excited about it. This is the magic of these silly little games, is that you sit down, you know nothing at all, and somehow from just like complete blank page, things spin together, and then it's like, oh, obviously this is the next thing that's gonna happen, and this is the story. I love how that happens every single time. So it makes me so obsessed with these games. How many people in chat have actually played a storytelling game? I feel like it's rare. I was just talking to my cousin, who is like a big Dungeons and Dragons player, like huge Critical Role fan and Dungeon Master extraordinaire. And she was saying how like she has like a graveyard of these little like 10-page games, whatever, that games like this that we play here, that all sitting on her computer waiting to be played, have not been played. And she's like, I can't find anybody to play them with me. And like, I get that. I think that's hard. I think for a lot of like, just because you know people who play role-playing games doesn't necessarily mean that they want to play these kinds of games. I mean, like in some ways, that's why this stream even exists, because I was like playing lots of D&D, but I liked playing the weirder games, and I was like, hey, Kurt, what if we found people to just play these games with, and we played them more often? And so we did, you know. But I don't think if I didn't have this stream, I mean, I wouldn't be playing these otherwise. That's not true for the other two necessarily, but at least in my little world, I don't have that many people who are playing cute indie storytelling games around me. Otto, that's a good idea. Could bring my cousin on. Darcy would be awesome on a stream like this. She's a really great storyteller. I really like playing D&D with her. Jamie, you've played D&D twice. Otherwise, no. Okay, interesting. Jamie, you seem from the chat like you've got good storytelling game instincts, so I'm surprised by this. Bronze Dionysus. Love weird games, me too. You've played Fall of Magic. Excellent. Quiet Year. Amazing. Microscope. Wow, good set of games, actually. That's really sick. Bronze Dionysus, were you here last week when we started playing... No, sorry, not last week, 2 weeks ago. When we started playing City of Winter. Sequel to Fall of Magic. Very cool. I'm very excited for it. The time we have. Bronze Dionysus, what is the time we have? I have never played that before. Sounds very cool. Jamie, you're surprised that you seem like you have good storytelling instincts, or are you surprised by? Sometimes I imagine like, do you think that like storytelling games will get bigger? That's the question that I'm always asking. Is it like, so like Dungeons and Dragons, you know, it's been around for yes, it got big in the 80s, so like 40 to 50 years maybe. And like for 40 of those years, it was not that popular. And then like in the last 5 years, it's like really had its moment. Or maybe last like 7 years, and it got a lot bigger. And then like maybe it's like too simplified to just think that okay, well that process will happen with other games, but like board games too, you know, like board games have always been a thing, and then they kind of had like this big renaissance. I sometimes wonder, will storytelling games in general have a big renaissance? Because that would be cool. I feel like me and Kurt were talking about this recently. Was it on stream? I don't remember. There is like this sliding scale between entertainment that is like consumptive versus creative, and I think that like one of the trends of at least like mass market popular culture is that we are like tending towards more interactive and creative forms of recreation, of consumption, that like things like video games and role-playing games and even like board games becoming more popular as like a way for people to spend their time kind of like shifts who is doing the doing, you know, in the stories that you consume. And I kind of just feel like we're on that trajectory. There will be more and more co-creation of the stories that you will enjoy. And I feel like this is my version of that, where like I'm like, oh, I get to tell the stories. I like that. That's even better than me just like reading somebody else's stories. Yeah, I don't think 70s is when D&D started. I think so. That seems right. Right. Does D&D get more popular in the 90s? Interesting. It does, but like maybe okay. Yeah, you're right. It's probably like kind of like a smooth increase. I just always think like the Critical Role moment is a really bizarre moment for Dungeons and Dragons, right? Like it like goes from like being a nerdy thing, but kind of a more popular nerdy thing for sure. I was playing it a lot before then, but like it really kind of like hits popular culture in a big way. Like the Dungeons and Dragons movie that happened recently, like that was like actually like kind of a big pop culture hit in a way that I don't feel would have been an obvious. Like I don't think that could have happened in the 90s. But I'm not sure. I was very small in the 90s. Don't have good memories. There are different flavors of what D&D is. Yeah, people seem to gravitate to that for whatever reason. To Dungeons and Dragons? I think so. I mean, I think it's interesting because if you watch people play Dungeons and Dragons, it's like the cool thing about it, and Kurt's gonna be mad that he's not on this stream, so he can't stop me from praising Dungeons and Dragons. But I think the cool thing about Dungeons and Dragons is that it's not just one game. It's like many different games in a trench coat. And like that's kind of what's great about it, is that it's like big tent, you know? Everybody can get into Dungeons and Dragons for some reason or other. And so if you really like the storytelling and the character creation and like the arcs and role playing, like you can play that version of Dungeons and Dragons. But if you're like in a small town or you have like a smallish group of friends and you need people to play that with, well then if there's other people who just like smashing dragons, they'll also play with you. Right. And I think that's kind of why it's successful, is that it's like a little bit of everything. And so like these games I think are more niche in that they are satisfying kind of one set of desires, right? Like one taste in what a game can be. And so I think maybe that's why like Dungeons and Dragons just has that magic of like uniting a bunch of tastes of sort of like war games and nerdery and like looking cool and smashing stuff and storytelling and playing cool characters all in one bundle, which is just easier to be successful. Hi, welcome back.
Hello.
I feel like my audio is slightly off. Just 1 second. Okay, I think that's better. Yeah, great. All right, are you ready to play this game?
I am ready to play this game.
He is ready.
Put me in, coach.
Excellent. So, which would you like to go first and tell us that specifically? You must look at the other witch and tell them how you escaped your home this night and who you were worried would see you leaving your home.
I think my husband.
Ooh, have a husband.
Yeah, I have to have a husband. It's all part of the cover. Um, yeah, I think I gotta sneak past him. And then I think I also have to sneak past the city's guard because I don't think we're in the city when we're doing this, are we?
I think we have to leave the city.
Yeah. I think it's like just outside.
Hmm.
Like we have to go down to where the harbor is. So I'm gonna try to sneak out that way. Maybe. Or I might go a little bit up and then go down because I feel like the harbor probably has more security than maybe the pastures. So I think the pastures are just a little bit north. So I'm gonna try to go through there and then go back down again to the water is my plan.
Okay. Okay. So you're going up first inland, and then
Mm-hmm.
down to the water to rendezvous. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where have we agreed to meet? Maybe like on the beach. Is there like a landmark, an old shipwreck we'll meet at?
Yeah, an old shipwreck.
Okay. Good. The second
Meet you
witch
at
will
the old
now
shipwreck.
meet you at the shipwreck. The second witch, me, is now going to tell you what tried to prevent you from leaving or pursuing you to your rendezvous. And if you ever encounter a danger or something you're trying to do that's not obvious that you can succeed, you will roll. So, you're trying to leave the cottage. The bakery upstairs is where you live your life. Small bedroom, a small kitchen galley just for you, for preparing food for you and your husband.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any children?
No.
The bed is small, but you're lucky that your husband has been drinking heavily uh, and has come back to bed perhaps a half hour ago. Is
Okay.
now snoring loud. But if you were to shift at all, it upsets the bed. It creaks, and as you start to sit up and shift out of bed, you hear a voice from across the bed. Oh, where are you going?
Ah, I'm just going to the bathroom, just to the chamber.
Come back quick. Yeah, I told you you shouldn't drink so much.
I will.
Step out. Step across the floor.
I go towards the chamber pot at the edge of the room, and then I kind of slink along the wall.
Bring me some water, wife. I'm parched.
I will. I'll bring you some water. Go back to sleep, my love. And I go along the wall, and I reach for the door and go out.
The door creaks as you're starting to close it. Hear a scuffling, as if a foot on the floor. Where are you going? Where's my water?
Going to get you some water. Just rest. I'll be back.
Close the door behind you.
Yeah.
As you step down the stairs, you hear the creaking of the floorboards. He is awake.
Oh, can I get water though?
What's that?
Can I get water though?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You
Let me
just get water
some
from the bakery?
Yeah, I'm just gonna get some as I go downstairs, yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so I can hear him upstairs moving around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hmm.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna make a mess.
What do you mean?
I'm going to take some of the ingredients and I'm going to throw them around on the floor.
Okay.
And I'll leave it all over the place, just a mess everywhere. And then I'm going to go upstairs with the water.
Okay.
And I'm going to give it to my husband.
Thank you. Back to bed.
Ah, the animals got in again. I
Oh,
have to go clean up the mess.
you can wait for the morning.
No, let me do it now because in the morning it'll be worse. It's all right. You go to sleep and I'll take care of it.
He looks at you. There's a look you get from time to time. A probing look. A look of distrust. He's trying to stare into you.
I stare back at him. I look very tired. Mainly.
You. Seems like there's always something going on behind your eyes.
What do you mean?
Something
exhausted.
Something I can't. Something's hiding from me.
Darling, you've just had too much to drink is all I think. Look at me. I'll be right back. But you should rest. We have an early day tomorrow.
I think you should roll for this one.
Okay, so what do I have to do? I have
Okay.
to take.
So you're gonna roll 2d6, but before you do that,
Okay.
you can add one to the roll for every advantage that you have. So if you know a cantrip or you have a spirit or familiar that will assist you, if you're in the perfect position, if you have a skill that will help you.
Well, I mean, I am a baker, so I feel like I know the importance of a clean kitchen. And I imagine my husband and I work together based on this scenario.
So he knows.
So he also knows the benefits of a clean kitchen and how it's important for our business. I mean, if people come in the morning and any of this is visible, it's going to be a disaster.
That's right. Okay. I mean, I think that gives you a +1.
Okay.
You also get pluses, just so I complete the thought, you also get pluses if you're working on the shared work, which you're not at the moment, I suppose.
I'm going to also have my familiar zip. Oh.
Just finish the thought. Or if you're working on your secret, if your secret is in play at some point. So just so you know all the things that can give you an advantage. Okay, but tell me about zip.
My secret is in play. I get bonuses for that?
Yes, correct.
Well, I mean, I definitely think my secret is in play because I'm trying to get to my one true love, even though I'm not entirely aware of that. But that's definitely what's happening here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that is in play. And I'm going to get Zip to, as I'm having this conversation, this is giving you ideas for your board game night. Nice, Jarrell. I'm gonna get Zip to fly up from the kitchen below.
Make some
and
sounds.
Fly up the stairs. Well, I was just gonna have him coming up and like fly out the window to add credibility.
Okay, nice.
The fact that there was like an animal
that seems pretty convincing.
that literally came through.
Literally a bat in the house.
Yeah. So as we're having this conversation, you hear from down below a screeching, a chittering, and then up through the steps, Zip flies and flies around us, and I'm freaking out, like all kinds of antics. Oh my gosh, it's in my hair. Oh my gosh. Losing my mind. And then Zip just zoop right out the window. Damn bats.
Nice. Very good. So I think you'll get +3 for this. For
Okay.
what would we say? The baker-ness. Obviously, you want a clean
baker
kitchen.
skill.
You're propelled by your love,
Bats.
and you have your bat.
That's terrible.
Just to get the rules right, just so we're playing, we're letting the game inform us. I need to tell you what's at stake, just so you know.
Okay.
And so I
Okay.
think what's at stake is that there are so many moments in your relationship where you act strange and you're hiding something, and each time it feels like maybe that's the time that you're going to let it slip. And so that's what's at stake here, is that like your
So, like, if I
husband's
fail
trust
this,
is
like,
on the
I'm
line
gonna-
again.
Right. Is it that I lose his trust,
Yeah.
or is it that like I have to reveal?
No, you'll
truth.
lose his trust, and he'll be truly suspicious.
Okay.
You can roll. If you roll an 8 or higher, you succeed.
It was +3.
Yeah,
7.
7 total.
With the +3, I only got
Ooh.
4.
Yeah. Well, if it's lower than that, you do not succeed. There's going to be a cost, a hard choice, or consequence, and I will tell you what happens.
Okay.
No, it's another one of these. It's another one of these. You're always hiding something. I don't trust you. Come back to bed. You love me as a wife should. Come back to bed. If you leave, I know you don't care for me. I know you only married me for the house, for the oven, for the stone beneath your feet. He's standing now, swaying softly. I'll never forget it.
That's simply not true. And I take the water and I drop it downwards so that it falls out of the cup.
Okay.
And then while my hand is sort of to the side behind me,
Uh-huh.
I'm going to turn it into bread.
The water?
The cup.
The cup.
I'm going to turn it into really hard old bread.
Okay.
And I'm going to throw it at his head. Knock him out.
Did not expect this. That's another roll. That's crazy. What is at stake is that, like, not only is he not going to trust you, if you don't get this shot correct, he is going
Yeah, I
to
I'm not even
hold
gonna
you in
pretend
contempt.
to know what's going on. Bread. Gonna knock this person out with the bread.
Yeah,
That's
that is what's
Trying
happening.
to run away from my husband. Okay.
Okay. So that is what's at stake. If you miss here, your marriage is over. It is done.
Okay.
And who's to say what he'll do? Who he'll send after you?
Yeah, not great.
I don't think you've got the skills here.
I'm
Do you have
using
any-
a cantrip. Does that give me anything or no?
Okay, you know what? I mean, it's like, I suppose it's a bit of surprise. He doesn't expect that you can make hard bread. So you have that going for you. So we'll give you a +1. You know what? You get -1 if the witch has been recently injured, exposed, or embarrassed. I feel like you have been exposed. You're fighting from behind here. You've just
So I'm
lost.
back to net 0.
I think
get
you're
a
at net
+1,
0. Yeah.
Net 0. Okay.
Yeah.
And I got to roll 8s.
Correct. 8 or higher.
This is really high stakes. I rolled a 7.
Oof.
Where was that roll on my first one?
The hardened bread cup goes flying past your husband's swaying head. In fact, it's the fact that he was swaying that does you in, because for a moment he jolts to the side unpredictably, and the hard bread cup flies past him and out through the shuttered window on the other side, knocking them open, and a gust of cold air comes in. You see his eyes flash red with anger. He has a short temper normally when he drinks, but now you've really set it off. You have a moment, a split second, to head for the door before he can catch his footing again.
Yeah, I'm gone.
You're gone.
I'm flying.
You're out in the street and you hear shouting behind you. Guards! Guards! The whole street is about to wake up. How are you getting out of here?
I'm gonna call Zip back to me, and I'm gonna get Zip to scout away ahead
Nice.
using his night vision to help me see in the dark. So I'll just like have Zip kind of like, he sits on my head. I put my hood up, he sits on top of the hood on my head, and he's kind of like navigating me. Actually, I think I have my hood down and Zip pulls my hair, kind of like Ratatouille. Communicate.
Amazing. So you're running through the darkness, being piloted by your bat. Do you think we should roll for this? There's so many rolls, but it feels like
I mean,
for this last sort of running
see if
through
I
the
get
streets. Yeah. So what's at stake is that you could get caught by the guards or concerned citizens. But if you succeed, you can get out of the town without being apprehended.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you a +1 for your familiar helping you out, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's try it. 6.
6. Wow, you are rolling so badly.
I know.
So badly.
Well, to be fair, rolling 8 with 2d6s is less probable, right? Because you need at least a 4, or I guess. Yeah, I guess you have like a 50% chance, roughly.
Yeah. I mean, less than it, because like a 7 is
less
the
than
average,
it, because the 7 is the most likely thing you're gonna roll,
that's
but
right.
slightly less than the most likely.
Yeah, that's right.
Because 8 or 6 should be. I mean, I did just roll a 6.
Dang, so close.
Actually,
you rolled a 6, so we got
I rolled
+1.
a 5 actually. Oh yeah,
okay.
I rolled a 5, and so yeah.
Oh. You go spinning around the corner. You can see the gates to the north of the city that should get you out into the pastures. They're not locked at this time of night because there is stuff coming in for the morning market. But as you round the corner, there is a broad-chested guard with a sort of long polearm who is, there on night watch. Usually a pretty boring job. He's heard the shouting, and as you ring around the corner, he grabs your arm. Where you going, Missy? Is that ruckus about you?
No, it was not about me.
He raises his eyebrows. You sure seem to be going fast, wherever you're going.
I got turned around in the dark, and I was scared. I didn't know exactly where I was. You see, I had a lantern with me, but I dropped it, and now I'm in the dark, and it's very dark here at night. I'm usually used to walking around in the morning. I wouldn't be out, but my little boy's gone missing.
Your boy?
Have you seen him? Yes.
No, I haven't seen no boy. You can hear the calling from down the street of your husband. My wife! She's been infidelious! Catch her!
I don't pay any mind to it.
The guard's like eyebrows raised and he looks down the street. Wouldn't happen to be talking about you.
Oh, that? Oh, I have no idea what that's about. Honestly, sounds like someone may have had too much to drink.
Yeah, it sounds right. Perhaps you'll stay with me a moment. We can look for your son together.
Of course.
The grip is still firm on your arm. Let's go see what this noise is about first. Maybe whatever ruffian this is, maybe he's seen your boy.
I think that could be a good idea, but my son was he has a fancy with the fields ever since he's been little, and I am very concerned that he may have actually headed out to the hills. So that is in the opposite direction. Is there any way that I could just wait for you here so that you could investigate? I'm a little afraid to go towards that noise. That person sounds like they're quite upset with whoever they're looking for.
Your flurry of stories is now starting to make him suspicious. If you wanna roll here to see if your gambit's gonna get you out of trouble, you may do so. What's
Well, I
at
guess-
stake is that you will be brought back face to face with your husband.
Yeah. I think. Should I try to use Carl to throw a fireball at him?
I think, yeah.
Or should
I feel like that's one of the
could try
aces
to
you got
get
up your
Zip
sleeve.
to like distract him by like flying in his face.
Yeah.
Bats are pretty scary at night.
You do
They're
that
just
too.
swooping out of nowhere.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it gonna be?
What does he look like, this man? Can you
Um,
describe him to me?
he's probably
Little more?
6'3". He's like very
Makes
wide,
sense.
like a door. Bald head underneath a leather cap that comes over his ears. He's got sort of like a mangy little mustache, which is you can see it's got fat and gristle in it from the turkey leg he'd been eating on watch.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna throw a fireball at him and see. I'm gonna have Carl.
How big are we? Like actually like belch of fire, or like just like lighten the bottom of his cloak on fire, or
It's probably like starts like this and then goes like that.
whoa, okay, right at his face, or
Yeah, right in his face.
wow, okay, well that's wild. We'll definitely give you a +1.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean that just seems like really like intense. So let's just say +2.
Okay. Okay, well that worked because that's a 7 plus 1 is 8 plus 1 is 9.
Nice. Okay, finally you've rolled a success.
Finally.
Wild. You're like down to the last, your last chance to get out of here, and you signal to Carl. The burst of flame erupts up from the ground, and the man is terrified, immediately caught off guard, backs up, drops his weapon, drops your arm, and like covers his face, backing up into a nearby alleyway.
Sorry, Sis Fizz.
And then do you run?
Yeah,
Nice.
Fizz is out of there. She's running
She's
into
running.
the night.
She's running. I think you run down that cobblestone street past an incoming caravan stacked up with apples, and you sneak out the gates just as the cart's coming in, and you are out into the fields beyond. Maybe there's some faraway shouting from the city, but it feels solidly behind you now. And as you round the low stone walls of the city, you have a chance to catch your breath. What are you feeling?
I'm feeling relieved, but I'm feeling anxious, So I know when I go back, that's going to be like a mess that I'm going to have to figure out. And I'm not looking forward to that, but I am glad that I am free for this moment. At least.
You're no longer pursued the rest of your trip to the ship like.
I think it's quiet. I think it's just the sounds of the elements and the sound of the ocean as I get closer.
Yeah.
On the coast.
The whispering of the waves calling
There's
you.
part of it, yeah, it's like both peaceful, but also like makes me kind of nervous because it's a sudden shift from where I just was. And it makes me think about everything that's behind me as well as what's ahead of me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Soon you find yourself standing in front of the shipwreck, waiting. And let's cut over to Piotr.
What's Piotr up to?
Tonight, there is a ball. A mandatory ball. One of the Queen's many exhausting balls. 7 nights in a row of celebration.
That's a lot.
And if you are not to attend, you are, you lose much merit with the Queen, and your family begins to attract suspicion. And you must look like you're having fun as well. It's very important. And the parties always go very late. And if the Queen is having a good time at all, they go much, much later. Unfortunately, someone's overserved her tonight, so she is having quite a rowdy time. Yeah. She's in her like 70s, by the way, so like her having a rowdy time is wild. She's like shrieking at the top of her lungs.
It's wild because she's seen it all, you mean? Like,
yeah, it's just like,
what way is it wild?
Have you ever seen a drunken old lady? It's got a particular energy to it of nothing to lose,
Yeah.
Yeah, and
She's just going off.
She's going off. She has some young courtiers that she keeps making them sit on her lap. Skeevy old queen. And she loves to play musical chairs. And so we are on round 10 of musical chairs.
Oh my god.
Piotr is by the sidelines. He's already out for this round. And he is looking for a way to escape without being noticed. Because you cannot go to bed early at a party like this. But he can see the moon rising in the sky. And he knows that he needs to meet Fizz out there for their plans. Didn't expect it to go so late.
Right.
So
what's
my plan?
Plan here. There's people everywhere, so I feel like if you are to go near to any of the doors, like there's just people are gonna see you for sure. And I think by one of the exits is your cousin.
Okay.
Another exit is very close to where the Queen is in the middle of her game.
Right.
That door is right by that, so you're going to have to literally walk through or around the game past the Queen in order to get out. And I'm going to say by one of the other windows is the Queen consort.
Who is, of course, keeping watch for her, trying to make sure that the night goes the way she wants.
Yes.
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 Excellent. Piotr has a plan. I think one of the courtiers his age, one of the young ladies, who's not quite a debutante, not quite. She's been single for some time, but she's looking for a mate. She has been catching his eye from across the dance floor, and thinks this might be of use to him because the Queen loves to see merriment of all sorts. And so he crosses the floor and goes right up to this young lady, Isabella, bows low, and with his sparkling command of fashion and pleasantries, compliments her dress. Ah, the finest underruff I've ever seen. Perfectly puffed. It's like you've stepped right out of Paris. Ah, I'm incredibly impressed.
Oh, well, thank you. I didn't think that anyone would notice. That's
Oh,
so kind of you to say, Piotr.
not notice? How could I notice anything else, Isabella? But perhaps I could see it better in the moonlight. I quite tire of the same song played for the 18th time. Finely played, of course, but perhaps you'd take a drink with me out in the courtyard.
Well, I don't know if the Queen would approve. And I do like to stay in her favor. After all, this dress is her favorite color. It's why I wore this one to the party. So, I don't know. Do you think that she would mind? Should we ask her?
Oh, Isabella, if there's
Yes.
anything the Queen loves, it's to see people enjoying themselves at her party, and she also loves a good bit of gossip. There's no better way to be in her warm embrace than to provide her with a compelling story. And if two young courtiers were to find themselves out in the courtyard, exchanging pleasantries, perhaps away from the party, well, what better gossip is there? You'd be on everyone's lips, Isabella.
I think you're going to have to roll for it.
Roll I shall.
Well, but I think that I'm going to give you a +2 because you are using your fashion, which I love. And you're also, I mean, I don't know if the rules has something for this, but I feel like using your background to kind of support
Yeah.
what you're doing,
I mean,
you know?
like
I mean, I guess it's your
skill, maybe?
your money,
Yeah.
your position, your status.
Right.
I think we should give you a +2 for it. So,
Well, I'm obliged. I will roll! Excellent. I've rolled a 9, so it's an 11 in total.
perfect, perfect, perfect. Isabella is over the moon with your explanation on this, and she goes with you willingly. She even leads the way.
Nice.
So it goes very, very well.
I think I want to
since you're
direct
above.
her to the Queen's consort door. This seems successful.
Okay, yeah. So you both head towards the Queen's consort door. And I think that he observes your presence and he does ask, where are you going?
We've been rather taken up by the music and fine silks and perhaps
yes,
a bit
the
of
silks are
drink.
quite fun.
And
Of course, the drink is quite good.
me and Lady Isabella here just wanted to speak more intimately. Perhaps where the music's not so loud. Know each other.
Ah, right. Of course, of course. Of course, I did have all of this imported just for the party.
Oh,
So to let you pass, I fear that perhaps if you would like to speak to one another, you could do so physically with a dance instead, my dear boy.
yes, but if we were to dance, it would take away from the Queen's game. You wouldn't want that, would you? I do
Well-
quite like your doublet. That's from the south, isn't it? Not many of those around anymore. A quite interesting and independent take.
It was an... Are you trying to distract me?
Just taken away by your fashion.
Ah, well, yes, it was passed down and it has been maintained for the last 50 years. I would love to recount you with the history of this doublet. You see, and the Queen's consort is well known for his lengthy historical stories. He loves to talk history. But you know, if he starts this story, you will not leave for the next probably 2 hours. So, oh yeah, and I guess I'm supposed to always be explaining to you when you roll what's at stake.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you are not able to pass this, you will be quite delayed. You will have made Fizz probably wait for you for a good amount of time.
Right.
And you'll be a bit more rushed probably getting the work done.
I'm gonna try a gambit. As he's speaking, I turn towards the courtyard, away from him, and I am going to sing in the tone of one of the flautists that is playing inside the hall here, but projecting it out into the courtyard.
Oh, you're gonna throw your voice.
Yeah.
Have you done that before?
The thing is that, like, if it's the sound of an instrument, it like kind of nobody thinks it's coming from your mouth because it's so strange. It wouldn't make any sense.
Right, but the music is in another direction. So there would be, like, are you going to control the volume? Is that kind of what you're trying to do, or are you trying to throw your voice?
Yeah, I'm trying to throw the voice out into the. It's all the in the. It's all in the telling.
You don't necessarily know about throwing your voice. You're more like hoping that it will become cacophonous enough. You won't really be able to tell the direction specifically because there's so much music in the room. Is that the idea?
Yeah, well,
like the music's kind of masking. It's just going to be like a random flute that sounds like it's
well, it's coming from the wrong place, right? And it's all in the telling, you see, because you turn and
so
the flute comes.
You turn
and the flute comes from outside, and then you turn and you say, "Was that a flute coming from the courtyard? Has one of your flautists escaped? I'll go after them."
Right. No, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, all right, yeah, I'll give you a +1 for that.
Okay,
and I'll give you a +2 as well because you did use your fashion to get into this scenario. Yeah.
Sure.
But it was used.
Very kind of you, very kind. I will roll. I've rolled a 10. I'm doing great. That's a 12 in total. I guess I escaped 12, huh?
12? Wow, yeah. Yes. Yeah, so this flute is going, and as you say what you say, the queen consort goes, "Oh, well, that is peculiar. I thought I had," and he turns to count everyone.
I grab Isabella's hand. We'll go take a look, and I head off into the courtyard.
Right. 1, 2. Well, I thought we had 5, and wait a minute. But you're already gone by the time he's counted them all and has accounted for every flutist that he knows he's hired for this party. So you're out in the courtyard now, and Isabella has her hand in yours.
We should make the impression of looking just not to anger His Highness. So perhaps you check behind those bushes, and I'll check over here, and we'll meet up again behind those pillars. What say you?
Well, that sounds fine, I suppose, but is that really necessary?
Oh, a good show is of course necessary. Everything will get back to the Queen. You don't want to seem impertinent to her, do you?
Well, I suppose, but how did you... how did you make that sound that you did?
I don't quite know what you mean, Isabella.
Well, I was right beside you, and it sounded like the flute was coming from you.
A strange thing to say. No, I don't think so. I think it came from out here. I heard the sound, and then I make the flute sound come from my mouth. Exactly that sound come from out there behind those bushes. And I crack a big smile.
But you just did it again now.
How much have you had to drink? It's not ladylike.
What? I have not had a drop to drink, Piotr. Of course, it would be very unladylike.
Very unladylike, and I'd never expected from you, Isabella.
Well, I have not.
Well, then you clearly can walk in a perfectly straight line to those bushes, and I'll watch to make sure.
I will, but you have to tell me how you did your trick.
behind the pillars. I'll tell you how I did my trick. I cannot tell you here. Someone might hear.
What do you mean? We're outside. There's no one around. Who would
Yes.
hear?
People might be listening. I like privacy, Lady Isabella.
Well, I feel like we're already quite in a private moment. And Isabella leans in towards you. And if you don't want to tell me how you performed your secret, well, I would hate for the queen to hear about it from me. Especially since I can't quite explain how it even happened.
Are
That
you
would be...
telling me, Lady Isabella, that you're going to go to the Queen and say that one of her courtiers has the vocal cords of a flute? I don't think you want to be seen as the town drunk.
My dear, I simply have not had a drop to drink.
Very good. Well, we'll
And
find
the
out
queen
then.
knows this.
And I
so-
turn and I walk away.
You're just gonna walk away from her?
Uh-huh.
You're not gonna try to deal with this at all? She
I've-
will tell the queen.
I've been perfectly
Chris.
playful. I do not worry about it. I'm just gonna force of personality myself away from here.
Okay. Well, there will probably be consequences for that when you get back. You haven't really
You
explained
don't think
anything.
you don't think
to
my
her.
you don't think my charm has worked? I don't get any.
I think Isabella finds you charming, but not enough to keep your secrets.
I just feel like, what's
Your
she gonna
secrets are
say? That sounds completely insane and ridiculous.
Sure.
He has a good impression of a flute? What's that to mean?
Well, I feel like when we add it up with the fact that there's no one in the garden
We haven't looked yet.
and that all of the flutists are accounted for in the room, it might seem a bit suspicious.
We know all those things?
Yes.
Hmm.
But if that's how you want to deal with it, I mean, there's no one here to physically stop you, so you can just deal with those consequences potentially when you get back. I suppose I won't make you roll for it, since you're not trying to deal with it.
Yeah, I don't think he's got anything else to do, so he's just gotta cut his losses and go.
All right. Well, Isabella seems quite a bit upset as you wander off without any regard, and in a huff, she returns to the party.
Ladies.
See if you look.
Ugh, impossible. And I am gonna take this opportunity to slip out the back door and into the orchards. I'll have to scale a wall, but I'll take that chance.
So how do you want to approach scaling the wall?
Just gonna climb it?
Just gonna climb it?
Yeah. Is it risky?
I mean, I would say that it's a palace wall. Like, it separates the palace from the rest of the city.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it's probably pretty high up. Like, do you have a plan for how you're gonna get down on the other side? You might be able to get up one side. Like, if it's a hedge, sure. But I'm just thinking if it's like the border of the palace, then that might be kind of tricky.
I think I'm just gonna have to climb it.
Okay. Well, I would say to keep people out of a palace, you probably want it to be like at least 8 or 9 feet is what I'm thinking.
But maybe there's
Pretty
rough
high
stone.
up, but like not, yeah, like I don't think it's so high up that you're gonna like die or anything if you fall off of it. But you might be hurt. And on the other side of it, I don't know. Do we think this castle has a moat, or does it seem more of a just like right into the city? Feels like a right into the city. So I
Think
think
so.
there's probably just rocks on the other side.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you fall off, you'll fall onto the cobblestone. You'll hurt your joint, your limbs.
Right.
Your limbs will be injured.
Okay. My
But-
limbs. My poor limbs.
Yeah, I guess I'll just let you do that. I mean, you don't really have anything that can help you with it
I don't think so.
So I don't really know what you're supposed to do if I make you roll for it.
We just roll.
Okay, well, I guess we just roll. You don't really have any pros or cons.
I don't think
to
so.
it. No? Okay, all right. Good luck.
Here we go.
But you know, you'll just be injured. What'd
I
you
rolled
get?
a 7.
Okay, so I think when you get up the wall, okay, like that's not the problem. It's really once you're up there with kind of like what to do and how to get over. And I think you get a bit nervous that there might be someone like on guard outside the walls and you hadn't really thought about that, so you were already up. And so while you have the ability to get down on the other side, it's just that little bit of nervousness that gets into you that makes you slip slightly. And once you slip, you start to freak out and then you just fall. And when you land, you fall on your leg and it's bent. So something in it goes crack on your left side.
Uh-oh.
So it's not quite a break fully, but I think you definitely fractured something in your probably like in your calf, somewhere in that area, in your shin.
Yeah, it like hits the ground and curses to himself. Oh, God damn it. Oh, what a miserable night. And he looks up and he can like tell that there's people down on the next street. A couple people drinking together, singing a drinking song. And he looks at the kind of the fine coat that he's wearing. It's in this like embarrassing, like mustard yellow, very coquettish, very attention grabbing, like a fine like satin. He knows he looks like a royal ass in it. And he's gonna like try to roll up onto his feet and stand, but like the pain is very bad as he kind of pulls himself up to his feet. Oh shit! Takes off the yellow coat and hides it behind a wheelbarrow in the alley here. And underneath it, he is already wearing the patchwork coat of many banners, having prepared for tonight. He is going to very slowly limp his way down the street, giving a little, acknowledgement to the two folks drinking at the end of the lane.
Yeah. They nod back at you.
All right, gentlemen, having a fine drink. Have another one on me, and I toss them a silver coin.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And either one of you feel like giving me a hand, at least to the walls? I'll take it from there.
Oh, to the walls. Oh, I don't really want to be leaving my spot here, you see.
Oh, it is a fine spot.
It's a good spot, sir, you see. Yeah. Do you want to leave? And the other man looks over. Oh, I guess I go piss.
Well, two birds with one stone.
This man is quite a bit taller than you, and he's burly looking.
Gonna hook my arm up around his neck.
And when you do, he asks you as you start to walk. He's walking with you. What else you got in that coat?
Great deal, many things.
Like what?
A beating heart.
Well, I don't want that.
You don't want that?
No.
Ah.
I had one of them.
Don't have any more.
Well, I gave it away, didn't I?
Story of tragedy. Tell me, to who?
To my mum. No, but what I'm interested in more, you see, is a coin.
Oh, I do think I have some of those, but
Oh,
not sure I'm going to be able to find them until we get to the gate. Takes me
well,
always a while.
I could always help you find them.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're already helping me find them. The quicker we get to the gate, the quicker you get your silver.
Oh, yeah, I guess. That's a good point. But what if I just leave you here and then I take the silver?
Hmm.
Because that could also be an option that I'm
Right.
thinking about.
But have you peeped my stockings? Fine silk.
Oh, I guess. I don't really know about silk.
Right.
What's the difference?
Well, the thing is, guards
Yeah.
tend to care about how much silk you're wearing, how seriously they take your complaints about perhaps a ruffian who takes your silver in the back alleys.
I didn't take your silver.
Not yet.
I'm speaking in hypotheticals.
And I am too.
I'm a very hypothetical man.
You are.
Yeah.
You're a hypothetically good man, a hypothetically drunk one, hypothetically imprisoned one. One of those do you want to be?
Oh. I guess I want to be a hypothetically drunk one, but also a literally drunk one would be good too,
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Well, silver does buy 3 flagons, I think, down on the Beating Heart.
What about 2 silver?
That would buy 6.
Yeah.
Well, I
What
might
about
be able to
3
find
silver?
2 silver if we don't spend so much time talking about mugging me. Quite distracting.
Well, how many silver you got?
Not sure.
You're walking this time, by the way. He hasn't like stopped walking.
How quickly do you think you can get me to the gate?
Oh, I could probably get you to the gate right quick if I wanted to.
I think I could probably find 2 silver if I wanted to.
Really?
I think so.
Oh. But how many silver do you have?
Can we cut?
That's what I want to know.
Can we cut forward? How long are we going to talk about silver?
Well, if you're not going to tell me and you're not going to be honest with me, then I don't see why I should help you. Just I'm asking you how many silver you got, mate. Answer the question.
Ugh,
You
know
want to
what?
get to the wall or not?
An absolute bore. I toss him a silver. And then I remember what I can do. I go, I don't actually need you. And I touch my hand to my shin, and I will just briefly reverse the passage of time locally on my shin.
Oh, nice. Okay, all right. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, you can roll for that.
Great.
There we go.
Any modifiers?
Yeah, I think, well, you're using a cantrip, so I'll give you +1. Unfortunately, I don't think any of your fashion sense is really working in this scenario. Not with this man.
Silver.
I mean, you did use
I tried to
money,
impress him with my
yeah.
silk
You
stockings.
did. Yeah.
To
he
show my
doesn't-
sign of wealth and nobility.
Yeah. I'll give you a +2 for it for the wealth and nobility, but unfortunately the fashion I don't think is helping you as
It's
much
all
in this scenario.
part of it.
But I think that basically, you know, if this works the way you want it to, if the timing is correct and you have it down, then you're good and you really don't need this guy and you could like run if you need to away from him. If it doesn't work and you're a little bit wrong about the passage of time, I think either way, because you've set this up really well, I think you'll feel better, but you still will be struggling to move a little bit, but you'll feel better. But you'll still be struggling to move it next to this guy who kind of wants all of your silver at this point, hypothetically,
Okay.
if he wanted to rob you.
I have rolled an 8 plus 2 is 10.
Great. So it completely works. He catches the silver and he says, Oh, what's on now? Now you want
Ta-ta then.
What? How'd you do that?
Sometimes I just want to make a donation to my fellow man. See if he's a good
Oh.
man or not. And you turned out to be mediocre. Have a good
Fair
night.
enough. Have a good night.
And I guess I'm just gonna try to walk out the city now.
Yeah, I mean, you probably can. I mean, you are a reputable man, even though you're in a weird coat. I don't think that even the way that you're going, there's really anybody out this way. I think in this area of the city, a lot of the guards have been like kind of called more towards the palace area because that's where the party is. They're more about protecting, making sure nobody comes into the palace, less that people like get out in this area. Because who would be trying to get out? Who cares?
Who cares?
Who cares? If they're wealthy people, we don't care if they go out. We only care if poor people are trying to come in. That's
Of
what we
course,
care about.
obviously.
Yeah. So you continue along, and when you get to sort of like the gates, there's no one really there. It's very quiet. You can see the moon reflecting just a little bit on the dew on the grass. It's getting a little bit later on now. Are you going directly to the harbor, or are you going any other way?
I think I'm gonna also head out to the pastures first, and
Cool.
make my way around the outside of the city.
Well, then I think like Fizz, you probably don't encounter very much. She didn't encounter very much out there, and I think it's pretty quiet.
I think as I get close to the fields where perhaps one might keep sheep, there is a disturbance. My
Mm,
thoughts, a new presence in my mind.
the voice.
Yeah,
What does the voice say?
know what you did? Whispers. And I know you're lying to yourself. Wasn't it an accident or a moment of rage? And Piot's like covering his ears and trying to run now. But his leg, even though it's fixed, is like not that fixed, and it still kind of like hurts as he runs.
A little janky.
Yeah. You delighted in it. You're proud of it. You do it again. The voice is fading now as he reaches the edge of the pastures. He turns the corner of the walls around the city. The voice stops, takes a deep breath. He looks to his side, and there is his stepfather. A slash across his throat, blood soaked and dried in his fine silk doublet. The old man just looks at Piotr. And together they walk to the beach together. I think you've been waiting for like, what, 45 minutes?
Nah, I feel like maybe more like 20 minutes.
Okay.
I don't think you got too delayed. I think you actually went pretty quick. You did a good job.
You see walking down the sand, the patchwork vest, the sort of jaunty normally, but a little bit lopsided step of Piotr stepping through the sand. I'm sorry. You been waiting long?
Not too long. No.
It is.
You
You okay?
Yes. Yeah. It was a bit challenging getting here. That's all. Fear that I've left quite a mess for when I get back.
I could just feel your thoughts as I got closer, and it's all clouds.
Well, Jonathan caught me and he wouldn't take no for an answer today. For some reason.
Does he know you've left?
Yes.
It's not good, Fizz.
I know. Now I'm just thinking of, do I go back? And if I go back, how do I go back? But that's fine. I can figure that out later. We're here to do the work.
Yeah. I made a mess of things too. But that lady I told you about, the one who keeps leaving the towel sculptures at my door,
Oh, yeah.
um, I had to blow her off to get out here, and I wasn't quite kind
Oh.
about it. She annoys me.
Well, yeah, but isn't she also kind of, well, close to the queen? Like her current adopted, what did you call it? Um, like a pet, basically.
She's technically a lady in waiting, I think, but
Uh,
you're right. Um, it's how I think about it, but it's try to not say it out loud like that.
oh, well, hopefully that doesn't, well, I mean, she likes you, right? So I
Yeah, I don't know
feel
if she
like,
does anymore after tonight.
oh, well, perhaps you can make it up to her when you get back. I know she annoys you, but just turn on your charm as you usually do and
Hmm.
work your magic, and I'm sure she'll forgive you.
Maybe you're right. I'm sorry about making it about me.
No, I mean, just because you come from the palace doesn't mean you don't have your own troubles. This is something I know. I've known you for a very, well, I guess we haven't known each other for too long of a time, but
I mean,
I feel like I've known you forever.
most of my life, we knew each other's minds when we were but children.
It's true.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure. The work is important.
It is.
But I didn't want you to have to pay this cost.
I know, but I chose to pay this cost. I knew what I was risking, and I did it anyways.
Yeah,
I guess some things are just more important.
you're a good person, Fizz. You always have been very selfless. Doing this for me, for well, not for me, for the work is for the city, of course, for the people.
Well, for
Um,
us, for us, really.
for us,
Well, yeah. I mean, I think so. I mean, if we are able to find out if this person is who I think they are, I mean, well, that might change things.
'cause we
Imagine we'd have someone else.
we wouldn't be alone.
Yeah.
But what if they're not good? I mean, maybe I just want it to be us. If what we think is right and the
Well,
wool
but
is marked.
what if they're in trouble? What if this is all some kind of misunderstanding? What if they need help? I mean, we know how hard it is just to exist, you know? So maybe there's something else going on.
You're so forgiving as well, Fizz. You have a pure heart. I have a bad feeling about them. Whatever this presence is, I have a bad feeling.
I know. Whatever's going on, we'll figure it out together. It's hard
Right.
for us to tell right now, tonight. We'll figure it out tonight. But just thank you for being here with me.
What do you mean?
Well, I
Of
just mean,
course.
we both put a lot on the line. That's all.
Sure, sure. Sure, we did.
We did.
We go?
Yes. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Do you think, when I look back to the city, is there anyone coming for you?
I hope not.
We're interrupted during the work. I mean, I don't know. Interruption could be disastrous.
I don't think they'd know where I was going.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Shall we?
Let's get started.
Yes. We walk down the beach. Moon casts a perfect circle in the water. The waves are still. Moment. A big placid mirror. How long does it take to walk to the standing stone?
I think it takes us another like 10 to 15 minutes. Not too long. Lord Monk, I love that you're saying that Anthony should cosplay as Wiccan. If we got Yahtzee in this game, that would be like an amazing success because that would be 6 6s, I think. So that would be a really good score if we rolled that. Just all the D6s at once.
Why should I cosplay as Wiccan?
Wiccan from Marvel Comics.
Uh-huh.
Probably because you kind of look a bit like Wiccan.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good idea. Next con or Halloween, I guess.
Next con. That would be funny.
Okay. 15 minutes or so till we get to the standing stone.
Yeah.
What do they look like? Why the standing stones? We didn't put them up, did we?
No, I think they've always been here. I think they're architecture that is connected to magic. They have good magical energy. I don't know if it's because of their close connection to the sea. I don't know. I think they've always been here, and I think there's just something that we know intrinsically as witches that connects us to them. Yes.
Yeah.
Scarlet Witch is Wiccan's mom. So I cosplay as Scarlet Witch.
Nice. You could be my mom.
Could be your mom. True.
That's our relationship.
Basically.
Yeah.
It's a very mother-son relationship at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're my streaming mom. You taught me how to stream.
She's my streaming mom. Well, to be fair, Scarlet Witch is Wiccan's spiritual mom because he is the reincarnated version of her son. That wasn't real. She made him with a piece of Mephisto. So
I like that it only takes like about 3 sentences of any Marvel lore to go like, okay, that's insane. Sounds like the mad ravings of a lunatic.
yeah, it's pretty kooky, the Scarlet Witch family tree in general. Yeah, so I think the singing stones have always been here. They're ancient, they're magical. They just resonate with maybe like a magical energy. Do you think there's something that we can like feel about them?
Yeah, I think that
What does it feel like?
I think we can feel like a thrumming, we can feel them in our thoughts the same way we could feel each other. But like the thoughts are not human. They're like an alien presence in our mind, something
right,
as if somebody was
not necessarily like words.
Yeah,
It's
I think it
sense.
feels as if they're thinking on like 7 dimensions, and then just like some piece of it sort of crosses into our field of vision,
into our existence.
Yeah,
and we're like, whoa, what is that?
Completely alien.
So
don't
it's just
understand
like our
it.
witch radar is going off.
Yeah, I think it feels like music, kind of, but like discordant.
Okay.
But in your head.
Yeah.
We must have found it somehow, in our childhood at some point.
Is it loud or quiet? Is it like a background noise, like a white noise?
I imagine it like a white noise, like kind of like the rushing of waves, kind of, but yeah. But psychologically, telepathically. Okay. We arrive at the standing stone. Gonna look at the rules here. Um, we have arrived here. So the rules have a nice little page about this. Now our job is to complete the work we have set out to do. We are going to each confront the other with obstacles while you do it. These might include, for example, a family member follows you from home to catch you with a companion you're forbidden to see. Wow, it's like the rules know what game we're playing. Wow.
Game we're playing, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep.
The guards of the village are off duty and they're wandering by the shore, drunken and looking for a fight.
Okay.
A would-be witch is working their own magic alone, not far from you and your companion.
Could be.
Could be. Demons from the sea begin to move toward the shore. They speak with the voices of the drowned and swim like hungry sharks. A storm rolls over. An enemy of witches in general, the work you've set out to do is leading others here to drive you from the beach. Offshore, you see a ship sailing past, bound for faraway shores. Are those tentacles coming up to drag the ship down? Over the waves, you hear the song of an ancient siren. If you listen, it might give you wisdom, but it may also lead you out to drown. I think that we have been here before, the two of us.
Yeah.
Maybe not recently, but more when we were younger. And we know that if we stand, or if we lie with our heads at the standing stone and our feet in the sea, and we clasp each other's hands, our spirits can get enough acceleration to escape, and we can leave our bodies, traveling either through the physical realm or the spiritual one. And I think this is our plan today, that we will clasp the shred of fabric in our hands, clasp each other's hands, and perhaps our spirits can escape and go to this person and observe them and find out once and for all what they
we're
are.
We're going to astral project, and we're using their clothing to kind of guide us to them.
That's right.
As like a tether to them.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Does any obstacle get in our way before we have set ourselves up and taken our places?
I am wondering if like anyone from the city would still be coming out this far to look for me, but I kind of went like not a direct way. So even if they did follow me to the gate that I went out, like if they're walking straight and not coming down, I don't think they'd find me.
Yeah, or maybe if they do, it's not going to be this soon.
Yeah, it might be later. So that's probably fine. I mean, do we find a spot okay? Like, is everything where we need it to be?
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe when we get here.
Do you have any concerns about anyone that you left in your wake?
I don't think I'm worried about anybody finding me from my real life, but I did alert
the witch.
I did alert the witch
Potential
that I was passing by. Perhaps the voice in my head knows I was going somewhere.
So, did you give them what information did you give them?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I just walked by. But perhaps I'm trackable. I don't think they're going to appear before we take our place.
Yeah. So I think we take our place and we're fine then. Sounds like all of the things we're thinking about are like later troubles.
I think there's evidence of a small fire set face the standing stone. A scorch mark side.
I like that. Okay.
And there's bones.
There's bones.
Mm-hmm. Just the bones of a rabbit, perhaps, it looks like.
Did you do that? Did I do that?
It wasn't me, Fizz.
I didn't do that.
I don't come here without you.
I don't come here without you either.
Probably you're just, I don't know, one of the sailors finding a place to set camp at night. They're attractive stones. Maybe they break the wind.
Well, should we still sit by this one?
It's the closest to the water. We have to be between the land and the water.
Okay, but I feel like we should be careful. We should watch. This could be a sign that someone's coming back.
I'm sure it's just a passerby, someone who knows nothing of the weirdness of the store. I'll clear aside the bones and we can make our place here.
Okay.
He like sweeps them away with a branch, looks down at the sand, brushes it over the sand between the stones and the water. Are you ready?
Yes.
I think there's well, never mind.
What? No, what were you going to say?
And now the thoughts, you can like feel them because he's not
Yeah.
hiding them and they're bubbling up.
Right.
And you hear the echo of a voice, a deep voice, speaking in his mind.
Who is that?
I'm sorry, Fizz. I don't know who it
Who is
is.
that?
I
You know
don't.
who it is?
But you know the silences? Well, they come because I think they come because this voice. I can hear it.
What?
I can hear another voice in my head. Perhaps it's my conscience. Guilty.
Why? Why guilty?
Nothing. Just because of
No. Oh,
what happened.
because of your past. Right. No, I don't think so. I think this is something else. Maybe this is. I wish you told me sooner, but
I'm sorry for not telling you. I just don't.
I'm glad you're telling me now.
I wanted to tell you before we got in there. I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't want to put you at risk.
Well, it might be the person we're looking for. So maybe it's good.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, have they said anything that you're concerned about?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think Fizz loosens her robe, and you see now her vibrant neon green and fuchsia bikini.
Is that a new one?
Yes. Yes. I had this one made.
The colors are unique.
Oh, thank you. I've been playing around with dyes. I thought maybe, well, it's a little silly, but you've been so into fashion the entire time I've known you, and it kind of made me intrigued.
Oh. Interesting. I only do it because, well, it's required of me. It's expected.
Of course.
Yeah.
But you enjoy it, don't you?
I suppose in the way that anyone learns to enjoy their work, once you have to do
But
it
I
often
mean,
enough.
if you weren't obligated to do it, do you think you would enjoy it? Is it the obligation that bothers you, or is it
Well,
the actual observation and keeping up with fashion that bothers you?
I mean, I wouldn't care for the silks or the waistcoats or
Sure.
the
but
scarves,
I mean,
but
you have ideas in your mind of what you would like to see if you were free.
he runs his hands down the coat. Yes, I would. There are some things that I take much joy in, and this, he points to the strange garments you're wearing. This is just the kind of strangeness that is interesting to me.
Me too.
I like it, Fizz. Are you gonna be cold?
No, I don't think so. I just thought it would be appropriate if I were to get wet since we're going to be down here by the water.
Huh.
So I thought, you know, maybe not get completely soaked. That's what I usually do. Thought I would try something different.
Clever. I didn't think about that. I've just only brought these clothes.
I was just thinking about swimming and how much I like to do it and how I'm always weighted down. How I feel like everything in this world sometimes is weighting us down, I guess.
Looks at
Anyways, let's have a seat. And I guess Fizz is like trying to get into the position, slinking her head so that her head is tied up to the stone. And so her feet are in the water. And she says, "It actually feels quite nice."
Oh, excellent. He's like stripping off his silk stockings and throwing them into the sand, and slinks down in beside you, shoulder to shoulder. Here we are again, Fizz, he says, his face like 4 inches from yours.
Yep. All right, well,
I have to tell you, I have no idea what we're about to do.
that's okay. Neither do I. I've only,
Okay.
well, read about these things, but it's hard to tell even what texts are real and what texts are
I have to
fantasy.
imagine most of them are make-believe.
Exactly. Okay, so I think if you take your arm, and Fizz is now like wrapping herself kind of around you, it's kind of awkward.
We trust each other.
We trust each other, but just for two people that have been intimate to be intimate but not be intimate, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit of an adjustment.
Well, sort of like this.
This feels right.
Yes. It's been a while since we did this. Last time we did, we were... Well, it's just different now.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Should we start the incantation?
Of course.
And I think it's then that we hear something out on the water.
On the water.
Yeah.
What does it sound like?
It sounds like music.
Hear that?
Yeah.
Are we already in the other space?
No.
From our like wrapped up pretzel position, try to lift my head and like look out into the water.
As long as we stay concentrated, I don't think that should bother what we're about to do. But I don't know if we should investigate it.
Worried the night will end quickly.
Okay, well, I guess we should just keep going then?
Yes.
Okay. Once we start, though, we can't stop.
It's just a passing ship.
Okay. The music gets louder. It seems to be coming from beneath the waves.
Are you... Perhaps we should...
Well, that's why I'm saying, do we want to check it out, or if we start, it's fine. We just have to, we can't stop.
No, we should start.
Okay.
We continue the incantation. Do we make it to the end of the incantation?
I don't know. What do we do? Do we have to roll for that?
Sure. See
Is that
if...
what happens?
Yeah.
I know it's like, we get obstacles.
Yeah, okay. Let's say
And
this
then
is...
isn't it that when we say what happens, that segment also rules this part of the game, right?
Yeah. So we kind of like take turns throwing obstacles in each other's way, basically.
Okay, so I'm throwing an obstacle at us that's sound,
Okay.
and you're
Um,
saying,
Well, then I think that we're trying to concentrate through it. So Piot's trying to lead the incantation, keep it strong. Um, yeah, concentrated. I think
well,
that
you're working on the shared work, so that's a
mhm,
+1.
yeah, I don't think there's anything else. Um, I try to channel into my voice the like strong timbre uh, of like a baritone horn to try to kind of drown out the music and focus on our incantation. Help us focus.
Okay, so you're using a cantrip.
Mm-hmm.
So
Shall we see what
that's,
happens?
I would say +3 because I feel like we're also in the perfect position. We're like right with each other, focused on each other.
Nice. Okay.
Um,
Let's roll.
uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just looking at everything. No, I don't think there's any negatives to this really. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I
No,
don't
that's a
know.
good question.
I might be in danger. We might be in danger, but we don't
We
really know
we
yet.
may be in danger.
Maybe
It's a
in
bit
danger is
foolish,
possible.
but let's say +3. Let's try it. Rolling for
Yeah.
an 8. Here we go.
Okay. +3, +3.
Oh, I rolled a 4. I think we're interrupted.
Oh, okay.
You know what it is.
It is something that we can feel when it gets onto the beach. I think the music stops. It sounds like it's getting closer and closer, and then you can hear it almost coming right out of the water, and then it stops and it's quiet. And somehow we both know that that means whatever that was, it's here with us now.
Yeah, opens his eyes. We've had them closed all this time, and looks up at the thing standing over us. Dark, shadowed shape. I think it has a long implement in its hand, hooked at one end.
It asks, "Have you come for me?"
Is
Uh,
are, are you the shepherd?
have you come for me?
Fizz, can you see it?
I can see it, yeah.
Speak, creature. Are you the shepherd? The one who floats above the floor, the one who kills the people of the town.
No. Have you come for me? What do we say to it?
No, we have not come for you. We're sorry to have disturbed you.
I guess I'll go back to sleep.
But please, what are you?
Nothing but a memory of a happier time.
Are you a witch too?
It dissipates before you can get an answer. Just as quickly as it came. Its threatening presence and that feeling in the air of something else is gone.
Piotr wraps his arms like tight around Fizz, holding on to her as ballast to this world.
I think Fizz does the same. She's pretty freaked out. I don't think that's ever happened before.
Something's different now. The power of the energy is it's I can feel it
Changing.
louder.
Yeah.
But just us doing this is waking things up.
Okay, well, let's just try to stay focused.
Because you are right, it's not just you and me. There's many things out there. Things like us.
But not us.
Not us.
So we need to figure that out.
Okay.
I think Fizz starts to say the incantation this time,
Yeah.
leading it.
And Piotr follows. Before long, eyes closed, incantation drifting off their lips. Spirits begin to slip from their body. A haze above them. And they both look down and they can see two figures in the void, wrapped around each other like two pretzels intertwined. You're all I have, as Piotr says, radiating through the ether.
I know. You for me too.
I mean, my mother, of course, but she doesn't know me. Can't love me.
I have no one.
Liz.
Hmm?
I mean, you have me, and
Yes, I mean, my parents are gone. John is not really, well, John is John. I have my customers, I suppose.
you're important to the town.
Mm,
You are.
I don't think anyone ever really notices me.
Sure they do. You're special, Fizz. Anybody can tell. I'm not just saying that because I can hear your thoughts.
I just feel that it's maybe hard to feel special when I'm spending all my time pretending that I'm not.
A carpet rolls at our feet.
Oh,
Here in the ether,
okay.
floating in
Magic
midair.
carpet time?
The carpet has the same.
Are we gonna get on a magic carpet ride?
Yeah. The carpet has the same sort of light blue pigmentation, scrap of cloth that you took from the shepherd's.
That's great. Great. Okay. I think we should get on this carpet. What do you think?
Okay. Yes. Yes, we can. Okay. This has got to lead us there, right?
I think yeah, seems right.
Good.
Feels
Okay.
correct.
I grab onto the front of the carpet, hold on to it. Okay, hold on to something.
Yeah, I think Fizz holds on to your waist
Yeah.
tight behind you.
Know how we
It's
make
like
it go, or
I think you just think about it.
I think nothing happens. Then Piotr tries to hear the voice.
Mm.
Work at
And
first.
Fizz doesn't think that she'll be able to hear it, but she tries to hear it too, to see if she can help.
And then I think we both hear it. And for the
Oh,
first time,
okay.
Fizz can hear it loud.
Wow.
I know what you did. And I know how you felt. You can feel Piotr quivering in your arms. You're not guilty. The carpet begins to move, shifting forward. You're proud. You're proud. You can feel arms clasped behind you, Fizz.
Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't think Fizz is consenting to that. Can I What do I do? Does it feel like threatening, or is it just like
No, it just feels like somebody else riding the carpet.
I think we should go faster? That's
You catch a glimpse over your shoulder of a graying beard,
Mm.
a silk doublet.
Hmm.
Figure behind you is a man in his 50s,
Okay.
noble lineage, a cruel look in his eye, his
Ooh.
throat slashed from one side to the other,
Okay.
dried blood down his doublet, pressed closely against your back.
Yeah. Oh. It's just you, says Fizz.
Have you seen him before?
Yeah, well, I think I've seen him through your mind.
That makes
So
sense.
I've never experienced it directly, but yeah, I think I'm familiar. Also, Lord Monk, I love that you're just sharing the lyrics to a whole new world. It's literally what it feels like is happening, except also with Piotr's dead stepfather joining us, which kind of changes the vibe a bit, I think. But yeah, I think I've never seen him maybe like this, but I'm very familiar with him.
Yeah. So you don't do anything
Yeah.
about it?
I mean, I don't think I'm concerned, no.
Right. Okay.
Unless, I mean, should I be concerned?
No,
Is this
it's
a threat?
it's just
It's a
strange.
thing that's happening.
Yeah.
It's just odd.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's fine.
I think the voice continues to say, "You're proud." And we are like riding those rumblings, and it's getting louder and louder and louder until we are over top of a small cottage. And there is a figure, black as night, like a void itself, curled up, sleeping on a small cot.
Does he look like the figure that I saw?
Thinking, yeah.
He.
In this world, I think he's just a silhouette, just darkness. But you can see the sort of shape of his face, his nose, and you recognize him. Yes, this is it. This is the shepherd.
It's him. Sorry, I brought bread with me to the astral plane. I hope you don't mind.
Wouldn't expect anything different.
Mm.
That's
Figured I
him?
probably can't. Oh, yes. That's definitely him.
I've never seen him before.
That's him for sure. The one that floats.
So, what do we do?
Wake him up.
Okay.
And then we can talk to him.
Yeah.
It'll be like a dream. Oh, but we should disguise ourselves maybe in case he recognizes us.
Smart. Who will you be?
I'm going to be the queen. And I think in the astral plane, you can be whatever, like you can change form, change shape.
Yeah.
You can kind of mold yourself.
Yeah.
And as Fizz says the queen and moves her arm, she is completely transformed into the woman that you were just watching play 10 rounds of musical chairs.
Yes, of course, and I'll be the consort. But as Piotr tries to focus his form blending, becoming the consort, it holds for a second, and then the face snaps, and becomes the face of his stepfather.
Oh no.
No. Oh shit. I can't change it.
That's okay.
See Piotr try to struggle. He's in
He
my
doesn't
mind.
know. That's all right. He was just holding me on the carpet, so I understand. It's fine because it's a face that he's probably not familiar with. This
Oh,
guy. Well, unless he's the voice. But that wouldn't make any sense if the voice is your stepfather. Unless, how would he know? No, this should be fine.
okay. Who steps forward and wakes the figure?
I guess I will.
You, as
I'm gonna
you,
poke him.
with your blade. Oh, you have a
It's
knife.
sheathed.
Okay, great.
It's my dagger. It's sheathed.
Okay, great. You you poke, and the figure stirs and like swirls into a kind of strange fog, and then with the figure still there, the darkness still sleeping on the cot, figure of the man, the shepherd, fully formed, not silhouetted, appears in front of you. Sharp blue striking eyes staring into yours. Queen.
Hello. Yes, it is me, the queen.
And he like takes a big bow. Uh, my liege, uh, for what reason have you called my attendance?
I have a question for you.
Yes, yes, of
Can you
course.
teach me how to fly?
Uh, and why soever would you ask me that, my liege?
I would like to learn. And I have heard you are the best teacher.
Man's eyes narrow. I think you should roll. Try to get this out of him.
Okay.
See, what's on at stake is whether he'll tell you the truth, reveal his true identity.
Right.
I think that you've got quite a good plan here. It's quite well. You have the upper hand. I think he's just woken up, so certainly +1.
He's
Any
like
other
in
reason?
a dream.
Yeah,
It's the work.
that's true. Okay, +2. And I mean, yeah, no, yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, +2.
I'm scared. My rolls have been so shit. Seven.
+2 or 5 +2 is 7.
7.
+2 is
two.
9.
So
Okay.
9. But like, what is that even? I mean, I guess it is the most common thing.
Yeah. And that's all we needed. He hesitates for a long second and then straightens up. Yes, my liege, of course. I did not know you knew, but I am happy to share my gift.
Oh, delightful, delightful. I have brought my servant here so that he may observe. I thought he could be a good test subject before, of course, you move this royal personage.
Yacht shifts sideways so that he can be seen. Yes, perhaps you'll teach me. I think the shepherd stops cold.
Oh.
Are you not dead, sir?
No, he's very much alive.
I could have sworn.
Do you know this man?
I know of him. I've seen him before.
Where?
Thought I watched him die.
When? In your dream?
Dream? Why? Is this a dream?
Yes.
What creature are you?
Me? A dream.
And what does the queen eat at lunch?
The queen eats nothing but crumpets.
Um, I think he is aware that he is perhaps being tricked. That perhaps this is in the spiritual realm and we are losing our advantage. I think we should roll. I think you need to roll to kind of keep him subdued.
Okay.
You have any moves?
I'm gonna use Carl maybe
Okay.
and have Carl sort of like dance along, like kind of come up and climb up the queen's skirts and go onto my shoulder, kind of dance along my shoulders and kind of do a little dance and then like spit little flames out to the side to make it weird and dreamy, you know, like just to add a bit of like, what the hell is that about? This doesn't
Okay.
even make any sense what's happening.
We think that
Why is there a
distracts.
salamander that spits fire?
So you're trying to go full on. This is a just silly dream. No, nothing's going on.
Yeah. Just trying to show the person that like if this was something weird, like why would this be happening? You know, like if this was like what is he even suspicious of, I guess? If you think you're in the I guess maybe if you're a witch,
You're a witch.
maybe you think something weird's going on. But we still haven't really confirmed that. I'm not seeing anyone showing us how to fly. I'm not seeing any flying yet.
We got distracted right before the flying.
I'm gonna play it like this is a person that I can convince is a dream because they wouldn't know what this plane is.
Okay. I think you don't get any pluses.
Okay.
Roll.
Even though I'm using a familiar and this is for the work.
For the work, you get a +1.
Okay. No, that's a 6.
The shepherd's bright blue eyes settle on yours. Are you the noble thing? The princeling? Show yourself! And he reaches out with his hand and he tries, you can feel him pushing away your mask.
How did you do that? Says Fizz with a smile.
Does Fizz look like Fizz?
Yeah. Fizz just looks like Fizz underneath the mask. I mean, Fizz in a medieval bikini. Full robe. Because that's what she was wearing. So
I feel like maybe
probably
element of
not.
surprise there somewhere that you're wearing a fuchsia bikini.
Probably not what this person would be used to seeing her in when they're at the bakery.
I've seen you before.
I don't know if she wears her hair like this normally.
Who are you?
Well, I guess I'm just me.
Are you?
Who are you?
Are you the baker?
Yes and no.
And you have the gift.
As do you.
Suppose there's no use pretending now. And is he here?
Who?
His killer. He points at Pyot.
Tell me more about how you've seen this come to pass. I am sorry that I had to come here this way. I didn't know how to quite ask you these questions without exposing myself, you see.
Well, I've seen
That's
it
why
all.
I'm a baker. Well, yes.
I've been deep in his mind.
Oh,
I've seen it all. Through his eyes. He lets me in. Every night.
have you heard a voice?
His voice is weak. He pleads for me to leave him alone. Poor creature. He has not developed his skills. This is a back alley, a backwoods. You too, probably, are weak and inexperienced with your talents.
Well, in what way? What do you mean? What is it that you feel you know above myself?
When you've encountered others with the gift, you have the ability to fend them off, protect yourself. You can
Fend them
develop
off how?
walls. You learn to resist. You don't become so open. You learn to close your heart. Never closed your heart before, have you?
Why would I?
Leave it all open, don't you?
But why would you close your heart?
Now you
I don't
can
understand.
feel him inside of your mind. So much sadness here. Yet some bright spot. You can feel him moving closer. Closer to the memories of Piot in your mind.
Why are you doing this?
See you and Piot first meeting each other. Both 13, 14 years old.
Why are you doing this? What do you want?
See the two of you many years later, kissing each other for the first time. Uneasy, strange, at the foot of the standing stone.
What do you want with Piot?
Did you not know who I was?
No.
He did not tell you.
No.
You know how very difficult it is to keep a secret from somebody who lives inside your own head. You must care for them very little to work so hard to keep them out.
No. I thought I would have found another companion. I thought I found someone that would want to be part of a group. But now I see you're something else.
What do you think I am?
Someone who sees the pain of others and seeks it out because they have so much pain themselves. Because they're so removed from the world, so cut off, that they have no other way but to get by. Is that why you're seeking out Piot? Is it the pain? Is it because you saw something long ago and despite the fact that you say you don't want a companion, you've constantly been searching for one?
I don't
Is
know.
that what you're doing with the wool?
What do you mean?
Are there other people that you've tried to talk to? That you've sought out?
You can. It may be possible to awaken the gift in others if you know how to do it. You trace the right silver threads across their
And
skin.
what if you don't know how to do it?
Maybe you make a mistake. And perhaps the power is too much, and perhaps they might not survive the experiment. I couldn't trust you or this boy. Those with the gift, they might use it against you. But someone new, they could keep me company. They don't have any tricks up their sleeve. They can be trusted as they are weak. I wanted someone new.
This is so disappointing.
I mean,
I thought I might learn something, I guess. When I saw you, it gave me some hope. It's not easy being alone.
no. It's not easy having the gift. You're the first one I've seen who is not twisted by it. What's your secret? Hasn't eaten you alive. Be so open, so vulnerable, to have others peering around in your head. It hardens the heart.
It's interesting that you say that. I feel it's only softened mine.
Do you not feel defensive when someone's in your mind?
No. I feel free. I have closed myself off to so many things in the world. To have something that I can finally be open with, that I can finally and now I think Fizz's secret is bubbling to the surface.
Yes, the shepherd has walked to a door along the wall of the bakery. There it is, a secret door. Pushes fingers along it. His fingers
No.
in. He looks back at you with a smile. I knew you were broken. You've just hidden it deep. He pulls open the door.
And I think it's a memory of Piotr and of Fizz when they were young. And it was the first night that they had rendezvoused after they ran into one another. And they just stayed up all night, not saying anything, just looking at each other. Because they'd already felt like they had said everything and yet had so much to say. And they're just taking each other in, just sitting with each other in silence, looking into one another's eyes, holding hands as though the other person can't be real. On the floor of the bakery where at the time Fizz worked. This was before she was married.
Is Jonathan the main baker there?
Yeah. Now, anyways.
Right. Maybe at the time.
No.
Shepherd is staring at it, taking it all in. You see him drop to his knees. Sits back on his heels. You see the love, innocence, this bubbling, overflowing power of love and hope. He bends over, begins to sob. Fat tears hitting the dust of the ground, turning to mud.
It's not easy to find someone to love. It's not easy to find someone that loves you for who you are. I suppose that's my secret. I wish it wasn't so.
So alone.
Don't you see? We all are.
I've never felt the way you felt.
That's because you haven't let anyone in.
He begins to sob again, bending over at the hips now, burying his face in the ground. We cut.
What's happening with Piotr? Yeah.
Cut to.
Piotr,
This is about to get. This is about to get
experiencing all of this.
Inception level, where we are in a dream, currently inside your memories.
My mind.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we cut back to the dream level. Okay, so one layer up, and Piotr is just watching as the shepherd and Fizz are just like locked, like with the shepherd's like hand on her shoulder, and they're just like staring at each other, and like eyes blanked out. And Piotr's just like freaking out. He's like his like stepfather's spirit is just like standing nearby.
Can he hear like what I'm thinking or no?
He can't see anything. It's just two figures locked. And he's like, Fizz, are you okay? And he's just like panicking. Okay, wake up.
Are you gonna try to do something?
Yeah.
To wake Fizz up and bring her out of this?
I think he's gonna try to get inside your head
with all these highlighted messages that are the lyrics to The Witch's Road. I love it. It's very much that right now. Feels like we're on trials, honestly.
P.S. gonna put his hand on Fizz's other shoulder, and with all of his concentration, try to get into her mind as well, and follow them.
Okay, so let me see. So, are you using anything to help you do this?
Yes, of course. I am going to grab my ring of keys.
Okay.
And look for the key that Fizz once gave me to her little keepsake box, where she keeps a lock of her mother's hair and the shells that we found as a kid. I had 2 keys and gave one to me. And
what are you gonna do with that key?
I am going to place it in her hand, her like still lifeless hand.
Right, to see if the sense of it will bring her back.
Close her hand, trying to open locked door of her mind and get inside.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll give you a +2 for it. I'll give you 1 for, we'll call that, that's not really a cantrip or a spirit or a familiar.
It's one of my items. I feel like that counts.
Did
we not say that? I guess it's not in the rules.
And
it seems
like
in the spirit
position, and I feel like it puts you in a perfect position to do this, because you're grounding yourself in this moment and helping to ground Fizz. And I think you are working on, your secret for sure, because this voice is kind of what brought us here. It's also kind of the shared work. It's kind of both of those things.
Yeah.
So I think that's a +2. I mean, I guess subtract 1 because I am in danger.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So +2 -1?
+2 -1, so +1.
Okay. +1.
Oh, man.
8.
Oh, man.
To get into your mind. And
Yeah,
I haven't rolled.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just recapping the stakes. What happens if I fail? Or what's at stake? Or what's at stake at least, I guess, to get into your mind?
What's at stake, I guess. I guess if you don't get into Fizz's mind,
then you're left alone with him, whatever that means.
I think I'm gonna be kind of stuck here until I'm released, you know? Like I don't think I can get out
Mm-hmm.
on my own per se. I mean, oddly, although my secret has come out, I'm also like, it's interesting they talk about the injured, exposed, or embarrassed. I guess you weren't really exposed. I feel like I already knew everything about kind of what was going on.
Yeah, I kind of told you. Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I roll?
Yeah. 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 Roll for a +1, I guess.
Here goes.
I was thinking I could give you a +3, but I will say +1.
+1. Here we go.
+1. I'm too generous of a GM sometimes.
I rolled a straight 10. I don't need your +3.
Oh, what is this that you're rolling? What app are you using?
Google.
What Google? Suspicious. Google don't roll like real dice.
You're just bad
Actually,
at
I
rolling.
think no. I think mathematically isn't that also? Oh no, we were talking about coin tosses before.
Piot's
talking about
eyes go white. And there in the bakery, I am imagining, staring through this door to this memory. Piot appears behind you and is unnoticed for a moment. And I think he just takes in the scene. Two of us, young, staring into each other's eyes, hands clasped. The meaning of it's clear. Here locked away.
Piot?
Fizz. Fizz, are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Comes over and clasps your shoulders to make sure you're okay. And then looks again to the door.
You just see this figure that we've just confronted just sobbing on the ground, like kind of losing his mind.
What did you do to him?
Nothing. I just told him the truth.
The truth is clear and evident. The figure of the two children passed him in the door. Else is I didn't know.
I know. I don't think that I really knew either. But there is good news. It turns out that what we've been experiencing might not be permanent. It may just be because we were near one another and in the same place when our powers manifested. It's something that this poor soul has experienced many times. But you can, I guess because neither of us have really been around other, you can keep the other person out. We can build barriers if we want.
Huh. Can I only keep just some people out?
Yes. Well, you can choose. You can choose. There can be boundaries.
That's good news. Yeah. He looks over at the sobbing figure on the floor. What do you do with that?
I don't know. I think that he is the one that is responsible for what was going on with the wool, and I explain kind of what I heard to you. I feel like he probably doesn't notice us. I feel like he's probably in his own
think so.
inner turmoil right now. Yeah.
He's just miserable.
Yeah. But I don't know what we do. I mean, all of those people. I mean, I don't know. What do we do?
Should we kill him? Stop him?
I I don't know. I think he did terrible things, but I don't know. Wasn't he just lost? Is that what he deserves?
He was cruel to me.
Is that what you want?
I just want to be safe, and I want you to be safe.
I'm I'm safe. You're safe. I don't think I don't think he can hurt us.
Sure.
No, I'm not. But he talked a lot about being a powerful being because he had closed himself off from everything, and I just don't think that that's true. I don't think he's powerful. Or I don't think he's any more powerful than you or I are. I don't think he knows anything more than really what we know. Well, perhaps we know more. I'm not sure. But I don't think he can hurt you. I don't think he can hurt me. But I can't guarantee that. He could still be dangerous. I don't know if this has changed him enough. And I'm like just watching him like curl up into a ball. I think he's like in a fetal position right now, like rocking.
He's just a miserable being. He doesn't deserve any more. We're lucky that we're not like him.
Yeah.
Reaches out now and just grabs Fizz and holds her tight.
I think Fizz is a little stiff in this embrace. I don't think she really knows what to do, and she's not really sure where she stands.
Wrong.
I just. Is this what you want? Is this even possible? I just feel very confused.
I want to be safe with you.
But what does that mean?
Not sure, but I know that we should be together. Not like that. He looks over at the sobbing mass on the floor. We saved each other. I don't know exactly what that means. It means we need each other somehow.
And I think that Fizz relaxes and wraps her arms around you and holds you close. And she says, maybe that's enough.
Two bodies wrap around each other like two twisted pretzels.
We come out of the astral plane.
Collapses.
Yeah. I think that's the end of the ritual. I think that's how you end it. I don't even know if we knew that's how you ended it. I feel like when Fizz and Piotr like wake up like on the beach, so like, oh.
The last chapter of this game, perhaps fast, says, "When and if the night passes, say who awakens first. With the threats the night over and the work, one hopes, complete, what does this first witch awaken to do?"
How did they know we were gonna wake up?
Yes, just have to fall asleep at some point. I don't know.
I know, but do you fall asleep? Is that
It's never said in the rules, but it worked out pretty well
we
here.
literally are waking up.
Yeah.
I'm just saying in our scenario. But depending on what your work is that
It's not.
how does the game know that?
It just knows stuff, man.
Oh my god, wild. Okay. I think
Who wakes up
who do you
first?
think wakes up first? Hmm.
Shit.
I think Fizz wakes up first.
Okay, I think that's more dramatic.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I think I just lay there. And I wait for Piotr to wake up. I think I just stay with my arms wrapped around Piotr while he's sleeping and just stay with him to make sure he's safe. And because, oh, this sounds so corny, but I'm going to say it anyways, because I think Fizz wants to be the first thing he sees when he wakes up.
And if it takes minutes, half an hour,
Yeah, she's just chilling.
he still waits.
She's waiting, watching the waves, making sure that, like, there's no other sounds in the distance. She's on guard a little bit.
Does anything happen before Piotr wakes up? Not?
No, I don't think so. I think any of the dangers that we thought could happen, if they did, we were asleep for it.
After a while, you see Piotr's eyes breaking back and forth beneath his eyelids. His body begins to twitch, quake. Start, he awakes. Breathing hard.
I've got you.
Fizz.
Yeah, I'm here.
Piotr sits up, unentwines himself. Takes some long, hard breaths. Looks over at her. Made it.
We did. We should probably get back.
Piotr looks towards town. Sure.
I guess we could stay a little bit longer.
You know what's on the other side of the sea?
No?
You want to?
Yes.
The sun rises. And I think that's the end of our story.
That's it. That's the end. Wow, that was like we fought that boss with like Taki no Jutsu. Like it was great.
The power of love.
The power of love wins. Does this feel like a walk of shame moment? A little. It's a little. It got a little romantic. But no, I don't think so.
Romantic. Well, we explicitly avoided the walk of shame. Nobody walked back home.
Nobody's like, what if instead of walking back home, we travel across the ocean?
We leave and never come back. Amanda, that was super fun. Thank you.
That was so fun. Thank you. Oh, I love our little witches. I'm rooting for them.
They're pretty cute.
They're pretty cute.
Huh.
I hope that you guys enjoyed medieval bikinis. It was not too silly, to be honest with you.
I don't think it was very silly.
No, I did try to hit someone with a mug that was made out of bread.
You did. You did.
That was about as silly as it got. And that moment was actually pretty serious.
It was kind of rough. Like it was the implications of sort of like intimate partner violence and like an abusive relationship.
Probably better that I didn't. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. You were probably the abused in the situation.
I probably was. Yeah, to be honest, it felt that way. When you were like, he gets angry when he's drunk, and you're like, this is what your husband is like. I'm like, oh god.
Oh god.
And then when you're like, it might end your relationship, I'm like, okay, well, that would be challenging for a woman in this time period. But I think it would be for the best, ultimately, to be honest with you, as well. Jarrell, thank you so much. This was so fun.
Yeah.
It would literally freeze up at the most important moments. Oh, that's
oh no. I'm sorry, guys, about the quality of the stream today. I'm not sure what's happening, but my apologies. Something technical that I should have sorted out.
There were a lot of acting bits, for sure. We had a lot of, like, very emotional scenes.
Yeah, it felt different than most of our games. But
Because it's Anthony and Amanda.
Yeah, but in a different direction than I expected. It was more our... I feel like one thing I was saying in the pre-stream is that, like, I think Kurt is great at tempo in games, He's, like, great at, like, keeping things moving at the right time. And I think we rely on him a lot for that, and it like makes lots of the games better.
We do.
But maybe, and this is not a criticism of anybody, but maybe we kind of got deep on moments that maybe we wouldn't let go deep typically in a different, like, if our tempo was different.
Yeah, like we found things that we maybe wouldn't find because our rhythm was changed without Kurt.
That's right.
And while there are cons to that in terms of pacing, there are also pros to that in terms of the depth of the exploration of moments that might initially seem... Well, sometimes I think what happens is when you don't give yourself a full amount of time to explore, it's hard for you to expand and kind of find the narrative.
Yeah.
And I think what you and I are very good at doing is like really setting up everything so that the narrative kind of the narrative was always there is kind of what it feels like. Like I never know where we're going, but I also almost always know where I'm going. I feel like when you and I role play together, we're very good at like, I don't know, getting to like the heart of a story and just like opening that up and being like, oh, by the way, everything that we just did was really about this.
Okay, yeah, maybe that is part of it. Yeah.
And that's part of what I love because I feel like although the story maybe didn't flow as quickly as it could.
Yeah, that's right.
We are at 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was a bit of an epic stream, yeah.
But I also feel that as a result of that, pretty much everything we said in this story kind of connects back to what it feels like the central themes of our story became. This is also a really well-made game, though, as well, that I think takes you on a journey that, like, I'm sure everybody plays this and it's very different, and yet it feels like there are things that must be somewhat universal, even though the game doesn't tell you what to do.
Yeah.
It's just giving you ideas.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very light touch game. Like, it didn't, force our hand very much at all.
No.
Yeah. And I think I didn't expect it to feel the way it ended up feeling. Like I think I expected something much more impressionistic, like it feels like it's a very vibes game, and I kind of expected
Yeah.
just vibes instead of. But anyways, I think maybe you're right
ours
that
was like a full world. Like
Yeah.
we were building
and very like narrative.
world building, narrative focus, character development. Our characters had like whole lives that we went into.
Correct. Yes. Correct.
Their relationship, and I was like, wow, this is pretty rich. Like for a 7-page RPG, I think we made it quite lavish. I don't know if it's supposed to be that lavish, but
It was really fun though. I, had a
I don't
really
think
good
there's
time.
a right or wrong way to do it. To be honest. It was very fun. Yeah, I definitely think that's the thing. Does the book dictate a lot of that, or was it improv? The book, it's like 7 pages, this rule book, Jamie. So it kind of is giving us more like prompts. So like we read some of the stuff of like, like the relationship ideas. There's like 1 page that's your character creation walkthrough. And then, when you get there and you have the work you set out to do, Anthony was reading all the examples of things that could get in our way. And I did kind of reach a little bit towards Siren, but then I ended up making it a ghost. But then even
Oh,
that
I see. Yeah.
I feel like kind of tied into this idea of like, not really accepting yourself for who you are, or like this idea of loneliness, longingness, this missed opportunity where they were waiting for someone that was like never coming.
Yeah. Interesting. That's
So
cool.
even that feels like it tied into what we were talking about
Huh.
anyways.
I didn't know what direction you were going with that, and so to me it was just like a strange entity. But I still thought it was cool. Like I liked the we opened up this like we started this ritual, we opened up the gates to this magical world, and immediately there was like dangers out there. It was kind of like a fun
it was a fun kind of way to kind of like set the intensity.
Yeah.
And also what I was kind of trying to do with that moment was like create a bit of horror to make the peril feel like all I wanted to do with that moment was not give us something that would be like insurmountable,
Right.
but sort of set the scene of like we're entering into a different realm and like anything can happen and like dangers are abound now.
Mhm.
Like now we're in scary zone.
That was cool.
So I'm glad that did that, because that's mostly what I wanted it to do.
No,
I
it
really
worked,
wanted to like attack us or
That was really good.
I mean, maybe if you had said, I think you said no and you were honest, you were like, we're not like here for you. But maybe if you had tried to answer like dishonestly and said yes, it might have led to more.
Yeah, true.
But because you said no, I was like, okay, well then it's just gonna peace.
Just a thing.
You're not the person it's looking for.
Jamie says that right as we were trying to answer that question, it cut out. Sorry, we are a little unstable here. Why don't we sign off to stop our jittery stream from getting any more jittery? Amanda, is there anything?
To YouTube, yeah.
It is. Is there anything that you wanted to promote or let people know about?
No, I just want to say thank you everyone for watching and staying with us so long. Sorry, this one was longer. It's true. Anthony and I get kind of lost in the sauce, but that's what I love about us. So it was good time spent.
Come back soon, Kurt. Otherwise, we'll have 4-hour streams.
I will be streaming on Thursday on my channel. I have a new video that I think went up today. I'm gonna have some more stuff. I need to watch more Critical Role.
Oh, you're watching Critical Role?
Yeah, I'm watching. Did I not tell you this? I'm watching Campaign 2 because I watched The Mighty Nine.
Okay.
The animated show, and I've already watched Vox Machina is not done yet, but I've been watching the animated Vox Machina since it started, and I loved it.
Yeah.
And I've never watched Critical Role, so when I watched The Mighty Nine season 1, I loved it so much. Nice. I was like, and I hear Campaign 2 is like the campaign. Like people are like, it's so good. So then I did a review and it blew up. My reviews on The Mighty Nine blew up, and I tapped into this whole audience that are D&D nerds.
That's cool.
Which was amazing.
Oh my gosh.
I was like,
great.
I've loved D&D, like my whole life pretty much. And I'm just like, my people are here.
They found me.
And everyone was so lovely. And then I was like, well, I might, like, as I'm doing these reviews, I'm like, well, I might watch like the campaign because I've heard it's really good, and like let me know in the comments if you guys would want me to do a review of the campaign, like the live play. And then people were like, yes, and then those videos have been doing well too.
Whoa.
So now I'm just going through Campaign 2, so I'm at like episode 10. So I need to finish 10 and then 11, 12, and 13. And I'm doing 5 from 13 as one video. Where I'm
Okay.
just going to talk about like what happens then and like things.
But
that
5 to
change.
13 to the live plays?
Yeah.
Like 32 hours of content?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But it's because, there's like 140 something episodes.
Yeah.
So like I can't really do it for like each one. It would just be too much content.
That's
so
true.
I'm trying to find, I'm doing it every time they level up is kind of how I'm doing
okay.
it. But that
it's a lot of content to watch for you though.
It is.
I've watched most of campaign 2 and it took me years.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot. And I might cut it up because I feel like as we get down to the higher levels, like I might have to change my format. But right now I'm just doing it at like level up. Every time they level up, I come back and I'm like, oh my God, the last, 8 episodes. Here's my thoughts.
That's super cool. Very cool.
Yeah. So that'll be coming soon. I just need to watch, like 12 hours worth of Critical Role and then that'll be up soon.
No biggie. Sweet. Okay.
Maybe tomorrow.
Well, we should get off.
That's
We
what I have
should
going.
log off so you can watch the Critical Role. No, I don't think so. Nothing in particular. I will suggest if you are in the mood for more RPGs after this, if
Always.
4 hours was not enough for you, you should head on over to our friends at the Lollygaggers on Twitch who are playing their own RPG system.
Here.
Yeah, it would be great if it appeared there, but I don't think it will. They've made their own RPG system called We Are in Danger, which is like a fun little, like short, one-shot, high-intensity game with these pre-made adventures, kind of haunted house and that kind of like high-intensity sort of setting. So I think it'll be fun. So if you want more, head on over there. And we will, I think, be back next week on Monday to continue our campaign of City of Winter, follow up to The Fall of Magic, a game played on a real-life scroll as we are basically refugees escaping a magical plague that is sweeping across the world. It is very cool.
We're also kind of a family. We're each different generations. So if you want generational running from dark magic across across all these different lands, if that intrigues you on a real scroll, tune in next week.
That's right. Until then, have a good week. See you again soon. Thanks for joining us.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.